these assets provides a layered and integrated fires capability, enhancing our ability to target and engage from both land and sea as a modern and lethal force.
The most important American weapon against China may not be an aircraft carrier, a stealth bomber, or even a nuclear submarine. It may be a chain of islands stretching from Japan to the Philippines. This month, the United States is deploying its powerful Typhon missile system to southern Japan for the first time as part of major military exercises with its closest allies. On paper, this appears to be another weapons deployment, another military drill, and another chapter in the growing rivalry between Washington and Beijing. In reality, it represents something far more profound. The United States is attempting to transform the geography of East Asia itself into a strategic weapon.
As China ramps up its military activity around Taiwan, the U.S. and its regional allies are attempting to deter Beijing's growing power.
From the Japanese home islands to Okinawa, Taiwan, and the Philippines, a natural barrier known as the First Island Chain has become the central battlefield of 21st century geopolitics. If China cannot break through this maritime barrier, it cannot freely dominate the Western Pacific. And increasingly, that appears to be precisely the strategy Washington is pursuing.
We are reminded that our legacy has always been rooted in two enduring principles: a dedication to defending our values and a steadfast commitment to fighting shoulder to shoulder with our allies.
If there is one lesson that the great geopolitical thinkers understood, it is this: geography is the most permanent force in international politics. Governments change, leaders come and go, technologies evolve, but geography remains largely unchanged. And for centuries, the geography of East Asia has shaped the rise and fall of great powers. Stretching from the Japanese home islands through the Ryukyu Islands and Okinawa, down through Taiwan and into the northern Philippines, lies a chain of islands that military planners call the First Island Chain. At first glance, it appears to be little more than a collection of islands scattered across the Pacific. In reality, it is one of the most strategically important geographical features on Earth. This chain forms a natural maritime barrier separating continental Asia from the wider Pacific Ocean. Any naval power seeking to move from China's coastal waters into the open Pacific must pass through a series of narrow choke points, controlled or monitored by America's allies and partners. History offers many examples of how geography shapes power. For centuries, Britain maintained its security by controlling the English Channel, preventing hostile powers from gaining direct access to the British Isles. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the United States viewed control of the Caribbean and its surrounding waters as essential to its national security and global influence. Today, the First Island Chain plays a similar role in Asia. For the United States and its allies, this geography represents a defensive barrier that helps preserve the balance of power in the Pacific. But for China, it represents something very different: a strategic constraint that limits its ability to project military power beyond its own coastline. If geography provides America's greatest strategic advantage in the Western Pacific, it also creates China's greatest strategic vulnerability. For centuries, China's strategic outlook was shaped primarily by threats from land. But in the 21st century, China's prosperity, military power, and global influence increasingly depend on the sea. Today, China is the world's largest trading nation. It imports enormous quantities of oil and natural gas through maritime routes. Its economy depends on uninterrupted access to global markets. And its navy, now the world's largest by number of ships, depends on the ability to operate freely beyond China's coastal waters. Yet geography imposes severe limits on these ambitions. To reach the wider Pacific Ocean, Chinese naval forces must pass through a series of narrow maritime choke points, including the Miyako Strait near Okinawa, the Taiwan Strait, the Bashi Channel between Taiwan and the Philippines, and the Luzon Strait leading into the Philippine Sea. These waterways represent not merely geographical features, but strategic bottlenecks that can be monitored, contested, and potentially blocked during a conflict. This is why Chinese military strategists have long viewed the first island chain not as a defensive barrier, but as a form of strategic encirclement imposed by the United States and its allies. History offers important parallels. Before the First World War, Imperial Germany faced the overwhelming maritime power of the British Royal Navy and feared strategic containment. During the Cold War, Soviet naval forces struggled to break through NATO-controlled maritime choke points into the Atlantic Ocean. Today, China increasingly confronts a similar geopolitical reality. From Beijing's perspective, the challenge is not simply American military power. The challenge is that geography itself appears to favor China's strategic competitors. And this is precisely why Washington is now attempting to transform geography into a weapon. For nearly 80 years, American military power in the Pacific rested on a simple principle: control the seas with aircraft carriers. From the Second World War to the Cold War and into the post-Cold War era, aircraft carriers became the ultimate symbol of American military dominance. They projected power across oceans, reassured allies, and allowed Washington to maintain its position as the dominant maritime power in the Pacific. But the rise of China has forced American military planners to reconsider a fundamental question: what happens when aircraft carriers themselves become vulnerable? Over the past 2 decades, China has invested heavily in anti-access and area denial capabilities, developing thousands of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, anti-ship weapons, and long-range strike systems designed specifically to challenge American naval power in the Western Pacific. In response, the United States has quietly begun one of the most important strategic shifts since the end of the Cold War. After withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019, Washington resumed the development of land-based intermediate-range missile systems. Among the most significant of these is the Typhon missile system, a mobile launcher capable of firing both Tomahawk cruise missiles and SM-6 missiles against land and maritime targets. The significance of these systems lies not simply in their firepower, but in their survivability. Unlike aircraft carriers, land-based missile launchers are relatively inexpensive, highly mobile, difficult to detect, and easy to disperse across numerous locations. Instead of targeting a handful of large American warships, an adversary would be forced to locate and neutralize hundreds, potentially thousands, of dispersed missile positions spread across multiple islands and allied territories. If geography is America's greatest strategic advantage in Asia, then Japan sits at the center of that advantage. Look at a map of the Western Pacific. Japan stretches from the Northern Pacific through Okinawa and the Ryukyu Islands, extending southward toward Taiwan and the Philippines. This geography effectively forms the backbone of the first island chain. And nowhere is this more apparent than on Japan's southwestern islands. Yonaguni Island, Japan's westernmost territory, lies less than 110 kilometers from Taiwan. Nearby islands such as Miyako, Ishigaki, Okinawa, and Kyushu now host an increasingly sophisticated network of military facilities, command centers, air bases, missile defenses, and logistics hubs. Japan already hosts the headquarters of the U.S. 7th Fleet, America's largest forward-deployed naval force, along with tens of thousands of American troops and some of Washington's most important military infrastructure in the Indo Pacific. Recent exercises such as Resolute Dragon 2026 and Valiant Shield 2026 reveal how rapidly this strategy is evolving. American Typhon missile systems, HIMARS launchers, Marine littoral regiments, anti-ship missile units, and joint command centers are now operating across Japan's southwestern island chain. For the first time, some of these missile systems will remain stored in Japan after major exercises conclude, suggesting a longer-term strategic shift. Perhaps the most important strategic development in Asia today is not the rise of a new alliance. It is the emergence of a new type of coalition. For decades, American military strategy in the Pacific relied on a handful of major bases, large naval formations, and overwhelming maritime superiority. But the geography of the Western Pacific and the growth of Chinese military power have forced Washington to adopt a different approach. Instead of concentrating military power, the United States is increasingly dispersing it. Across the first island chain, a multinational network of allies and partners is gradually being transformed into a distributed deterrence architecture. Japan is deploying Type 12 anti-ship missiles across its southwestern islands. The United States is deploying Typhon missile systems, HIMARS launchers, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and marine littoral regiments. The Philippines is expanding access to strategic locations near Taiwan and the Bashi Channel while pursuing BrahMos missile capabilities. Australia is integrating more closely into regional missile defense and long-range strike planning. And Taiwan itself, while not formally part of this coalition, occupies the geographical center around which much of this strategy revolves. What makes this strategy particularly significant is that it does not depend on any single military base, aircraft carrier, or country. Instead, it creates multiple overlapping layers of deterrence spread across thousands of kilometers of ocean and dozens of islands. The strategic importance of this approach can already be seen in places like the Batanes Islands in the northern Philippines. Until recently, these islands were a remote and peaceful frontier. Today, they have become a critical component of American contingency planning because they sit astride the Bashi Channel, one of the most important maritime gateways between the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. As one former Philippine military chief bluntly observed, you cannot invade Taiwan if you do not control the northern Philippines. History offers a useful comparison. Before the First World War, Britain maintained the European balance of power not through a single alliance or military base, but through a network of partnerships that collectively deterred any one power from dominating the continent. For nearly a century, no military platform symbolized American power more than the aircraft carrier. From the Pacific campaigns of World War II to the Cold War and the conflicts of the post-Cold War era, aircraft carriers allowed the United States to project overwhelming military force across vast distances. They became the centerpiece of American global strategy and the ultimate expression of maritime dominance. But every military advantage eventually produces a counter-strategy. Over the past 2 decades, China has invested heavily in developing the capabilities designed specifically to challenge American naval supremacy. Today, the People's Liberation Army possesses thousands of conventional missiles, sophisticated anti-ship ballistic missiles, long-range cruise missiles, hypersonic weapons, and an increasingly integrated network of surveillance and targeting systems. The strategic question facing Washington is therefore not whether aircraft carriers remain important. It is whether they remain sufficient. The American response has been profound. Rather than concentrating military power in a handful of large and vulnerable platforms, the United States is increasingly embracing distributed warfare, mobile missile forces, dispersed logistics networks, expeditionary bases, and island-based denial operations spread across the Western Pacific. Exercises such as Resolute Dragon and Valiant Shield illustrate this transformation. Typhon missile systems, HIMARS launchers, marine littoral regiments, anti-ship missile batteries, and autonomous platforms are now being integrated into a network designed not necessarily to destroy China's military outright, but to deny it freedom of action. In this emerging strategic environment, victory may depend less on controlling the oceans with fleets and more on controlling geography with missile networks. If there is one conclusion that emerges from America's evolving strategy in the Western Pacific, it is this: every major military exercise, missile deployment, alliance initiative, and strategic planning effort increasingly points toward a single scenario: Taiwan. In recent years, military planners across the Indo Pacific have grown increasingly concerned that the warning time for a potential Chinese military operation against Taiwan may be shrinking. As a result, exercises such as Resolute Dragon, Valiant Shield, Balakatan, and numerous Japanese and American deployments are no longer simply about demonstrating alliance solidarity. They are increasingly designed to prepare for a conflict that could rapidly spread across the entire First Island chain. If a conflict over Taiwan were to occur, Taiwan itself would not be the only battlefield. Japan would become essential because it hosts America's most important military infrastructure in Asia. The Philippines would become essential because control of the Bashi Channel and northern Luzon could determine access between the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. Guam would become essential because it serves as America's principal strategic hub in the Western Pacific. In other words, a conflict over Taiwan would transform the entire First Island chain into a single interconnected battle space. This is because Taiwan is not merely an island, nor simply a territorial dispute between Beijing and Taipei. It is the strategic hinge connecting Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and the broader Pacific balance of power. For China, control of Taiwan would provide greater access to the Pacific Ocean and weaken the strategic barriers imposed by the First Island chain. For the United States and its allies, preserving Taiwan's autonomy is inseparable from preserving the existing balance of power in Asia. Which is why, increasingly, the future of the Indo-Pacific appears to revolve around a single geographical reality. Who controls Taiwan may ultimately determine who shapes the strategic order of Asia in the 21st century. Historians often assume that technology changes warfare, but sometimes geography changes history. The deployment of American missile systems across Japan reveals 5 profound transformations: the militarization of the First Island chain, Japan's return as a strategic power, the rise of distributed deterrence, the emergence of a balancing coalition against Chinese dominance, and the transformation of the Western Pacific into the world's most important geopolitical frontier. The missiles themselves matter, but the geography they now occupy matters far more. Because throughout history, the powers that controlled the world's strategic choke points rarely controlled them by accident. China has just released an assessment that sounds surprisingly reassuring, but only at first. According to a new report published by the South China Sea Strategic Situation Probing Initiative, a Chinese research organization that studies regional military developments, many of the U.S. accessible military sites in the Philippines are still not ready to support a major conflict. The report argues that while construction continues under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, much of the infrastructure remains incomplete and offers only limited wartime utility. As of May 2026, it says the United States has awarded roughly $125 million in contracts to expand these facilities, but turning construction projects into combat-ready military hubs takes far more than pouring concrete. But that is only half of China's assessment. The very same report acknowledges that the United States has significantly strengthened its military position in the Philippines. Since 2023, Washington has expanded access from 5 EDCA sites to 9, increased rotational deployments, introduced more advanced weapons into joint exercises, and deepened military cooperation not only with Manila, but increasingly with Japan and Australia. In other words, Beijing argues that the bases may not be fully ready for war, but the alliance surrounding them is becoming much more capable. At first glance, those two conclusions seem to contradict each other. But they don't. In fact, understanding why China believes both statements can be true at the same time reveals how military competition in the Indo-Pacific is changing, and why the Philippines has become one of its most important front lines. Before deciding whether China's assessment is convincing, it's worth looking at what the report actually documents. Open the report, and one thing becomes immediately clear. It does not argue that American military expansion has slowed down. In fact, it argues exactly the opposite. According to the report, Washington has steadily expanded its military footprint in the Philippines since 2022. Access under EDCA has grown from 5 agreed locations to 9, while new infrastructure projects continue to support joint operations, military exercises, logistics, and rotational deployments. The report even puts a price tag on that expansion. Using what it describes as incomplete statistics, it estimates that by May 2026, the United States had awarded roughly $125 million in contracts for EDCA infrastructure projects, along with another $7.3 million for life support services across American accessible facilities. From Beijing's perspective, those numbers point to a military buildup that is still gaining momentum, not slowing down. But construction is only part of what caught the attention of Chinese analysts. The report argues that American military activity has also become more sophisticated. It highlights larger live-fire exercises, greater use of autonomous weapons and unmanned platforms, and increasing interoperability between allied forces. More importantly, it describes the emergence of a broader military network linking the United States, the Philippines, Japan, and Australia, one designed to operate together during future contingencies rather than simply train together during peacetime. Then, the report shifts from construction to geography. According to its authors, recent deployments reveal a strategic orientation in 2 directions at once: north toward the Taiwan Strait and south toward the South China Sea. In their view, this posture improves the ability of U.S. and allied forces to respond across both theaters, tying infrastructure, military cooperation, and geography into a single strategic framework. Yet after documenting all of these developments, the report arrives at a conclusion that appears almost contradictory. Construction continues, funding continues, military cooperation is expanding, and yet many of these facilities are still described as having limited wartime utility. That raises an obvious question. If the bases are growing, the alliance is growing, and military activity is growing, why does China still believe they aren't ready for war? At first glance, China's conclusion seems difficult to understand. If the United States is investing millions of dollars, expanding military access, and conducting larger joint exercises, why would Chinese analysts still describe these facilities as having limited wartime value? The answer lies in the difference between building infrastructure and building military capability. A military base is not defined by its runways or its buildings alone. An airfield can have a newly paved runway, modern hangars, and freshly constructed barracks, but none of those guarantee that it can sustain combat operations. To function during a war, a base requires an entire support system operating behind the scenes. Fuel must arrive continuously. Ammunition has to be stored safely and replenished under pressure. Aircraft and vehicles require constant maintenance. Communications networks must remain secure and resilient. Engineers have to repair damaged infrastructure. Air defenses must protect the base from attack. Transportation networks must keep supplies moving, and medical facilities must be prepared to treat casualties. Remove those elements, and even the most impressive military installation becomes little more than a collection of concrete and steel. It may support training and peacetime activities, but sustaining combat is an entirely different challenge. This distinction is not unique to China's assessment. The U.S. Department of Defense defines logistics as the planning and execution of the movement and sustainment of forces, emphasizing that military operations depend not only on deploying troops and equipment, but on continuously supplying, maintaining, protecting, and supporting them throughout a campaign. In military planning, combat power is measured not only by what a force can deploy on the first day of a conflict, but by what it can sustain on the 10th, the 30th, or even the 100th day. History reinforces that lesson. During Operation Desert Shield in 1990, the United States did not launch offensive operations immediately after Iraq invaded Kuwait. Instead, it spent months moving hundreds of thousands of troops, massive quantities of equipment, fuel, ammunition, and supplies into Saudi Arabia before combat began. That enormous logistical effort created the conditions for the coalition's rapid success during Operation Desert Storm. The lesson was straightforward. Military strength depends not only on weapons, but on the ability to sustain them. This is precisely the distinction the Chinese report is making. It does not argue that construction has stopped or that the United States lacks access to Philippine bases. Instead, it argues that infrastructure alone does not equal operational readiness. In Beijing's assessment, many of these facilities are still evolving from construction projects into wartime logistics hubs, a transition that requires far more than new buildings or expanded access. Up to this point, the Chinese report sounds like a familiar critique of American military expansion. It questions the wartime readiness of EDCA sites, argues that many facilities remain underdeveloped, and suggests that the United States still has significant logistical work to do. But then the report makes an observation that is far more revealing than its criticism. While questioning the readiness of individual bases, the authors also acknowledge that the United States has been steadily transforming the way it operates with its allies. According to the report, American forces are conducting larger and more realistic live-fire exercises than before, expanding rotational deployments, introducing autonomous weapons and unmanned platforms into joint training, and improving interoperability between allied militaries. Just as importantly, it argues that Washington is building what it describes as a multilateral combat system centered on the United States, the Philippines, Japan, and Australia. A network designed not simply to cooperate in peacetime, but to operate together during a crisis. The report goes even further. It argues that the U.S. military presence in the Philippines has evolved beyond the traditional model of alliance cooperation into what it describes as a fully functional, rapidly responsive, and tightly coordinated military system integrated with regional partners. Through frequent rotational deployments, recurring exercises, and the repeated presence of systems such as HIMARS, the Typhon weapon system, and the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, or MESIS, Chinese analysts conclude that Washington has effectively established what they describe as a quasi-permanent military presence, even without constructing traditional permanent bases. This is the report's most important insight. Beijing is not simply measuring the number of runways, warehouses, or military buildings. It is measuring something much harder to build and much harder to reverse. It is measuring the ability of allied militaries to train together, communicate together, share intelligence, move forces across national boundaries, and respond as a coordinated force when a crisis emerges. In other words, the report suggests that America's greatest strategic achievement in the Philippines has not been the construction of military infrastructure. It has been the construction of an alliance that is becoming progressively more integrated, more interoperable, and more capable of operating as a single military network. And once viewed through that lens, the apparent contradiction at the heart of China's assessment begins to disappear. The bases themselves may still be under construction, but the alliance built around them is already becoming operational. At this point, it's easy to imagine EDCA as a map with 9 American military bases scattered across the Philippines. But that isn't how either Washington or Manila describes the agreement. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement was never designed to recreate the massive permanent U.S. bases that once existed at Subic Bay or Clark Air Base during the Cold War. Instead, it creates something far more flexible. Under EDCA, the United States receives access to agreed Philippine military locations for rotational deployments, joint training, pre-positioning equipment, constructing shared military infrastructure, and improving the ability of both armed forces to operate together. The facilities remain Philippine bases, while American forces rotate through them rather than maintaining a permanent presence. That distinction matters because flexibility has become one of the defining principles of modern military planning. Rather than concentrating personnel and equipment at a handful of large installations, Today's approach spreads logistics, infrastructure, and operational access across multiple locations. Fuel storage, ammunition depots, aircraft shelters, communication systems, maintenance facilities, and transportation networks can be expanded where needed, while troops move in and out through regular exercises and rotational deployments instead of permanent stationing. Reuters reported in April 2026 that several EDCA sites are still affected by land and construction delays, limiting their current use. Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro acknowledged that project execution has been slower than expected, reinforcing the point that these locations are still developing rather than functioning as fully mature military hubs. At the same time, the purpose of EDCA has remained remarkably consistent. U.S. officials describe it as strengthening alliance readiness, improving interoperability, supporting joint training, pre-positioning equipment, and enhancing the ability to respond not only to security challenges, but also to humanitarian disasters and natural emergencies. Philippine leaders have likewise emphasized that EDCA does not authorize permanent American bases on Philippine soil. And this brings us back to China's assessment. Beijing is looking beyond the legal language of EDCA and asking a different question. It is not asking whether the United States owns these bases. It is asking whether the United States can reliably access them, reinforce them, supply them, and integrate them into a wider regional military network during a crisis. From that perspective, EDCA is less about 9 individual locations and more about creating a flexible architecture that can rapidly expand whenever the strategic environment demands it. Until now, we've talked about infrastructure, logistics, and military cooperation. But none of those explain where these developments are taking place. And in the Indo-Pacific, geography often determines strategy long before military planners do. This is why one sentence in the Chinese report deserves special attention. The authors argue that recent American deployments in the Philippines show a strategic shift northward toward the Taiwan Strait and southward toward the South China Sea. That observation reveals that Beijing is looking beyond individual bases and focusing instead on the geography that connects them. Look at a map of the region. Northern Luzon, together with the Babuyan Islands and Batanes, sits only a short distance from Taiwan. To the west lies the South China Sea, one of the world's busiest maritime corridors. Stretching beyond these waters is the First Island Chain, a natural arc running from Japan through Taiwan and the Philippines before extending towards Southeast Asia. Any military force operating in this region must contend with that geography. It cannot simply ignore it. For Beijing, this geography presents a strategic challenge. Chinese naval forces seeking to move from the mainland into the wider Pacific must pass through a series of narrow maritime passages that cut across or around the First Island Chain. Those same waters are also vital for commercial shipping, military reinforcement, and access between the Pacific Ocean and the South China Sea. That is why locations in northern Philippines have attracted increasing strategic attention in recent years. From Washington's perspective, improving access to Philippine facilities enhances the ability to reinforce allies, conduct surveillance, move personnel and equipment, and respond more rapidly across multiple contingencies. From Beijing's perspective, however, the same developments could strengthen a network positioned along one of China's most sensitive maritime approaches. That difference in perspective helps explain why the Chinese report places such emphasis on the alliance's northward orientation toward the Taiwan Strait and southward orientation toward the South China Sea. In other words, the strategic importance of these sites is not determined by the size of their runways or the height of their buildings. It is determined by where they are located. Geography gives them value long before construction is complete, and that is why Beijing continues to watch every new development so closely. This raises one final question. Why publish a report like this now? The authors explain what they believe the United States is doing, but they do not explicitly explain why they chose this particular moment to present their assessment. That means any answer requires careful analysis rather than certainty. Still, the timing offers several plausible explanations. The first may be domestic. Reports like this help demonstrate that Chinese researchers are closely monitoring changes in the regional security environment. By documenting American infrastructure projects, military exercises, and alliance activities, the report reinforces the message that Beijing understands how the strategic landscape around China is evolving. Rather than presenting the United States as an unstoppable military force, it also projects confidence by arguing that many EDCA facilities remain short of full wartime readiness. Finally, the report speaks to a wider regional audience. Across the Indo Pacific, governments are closely following the evolution of the US-Philippines alliance. By acknowledging growing military integration while simultaneously emphasizing logistical limitations, the report separates long-term strategic trends from short-term operational realities. In effect, it argues that today's construction delays should not be confused with tomorrow's strategic trajectory. Of course, none of these interpretations can be stated with certainty. The report itself does not assign these motivations, and governments rarely explain every objective behind public strategic assessments. But taken together, they suggest that this document is doing more than describing military infrastructure. It is also shaping the broader strategic conversation about the future of the Indo-Pacific. So where does the strategic competition go from here? One possibility is that EDCA construction accelerates. As additional infrastructure is completed, logistics networks expand, fuel and ammunition storage increases, and more facilities become capable of supporting sustained military operations. If that happens, the gap between infrastructure and combat readiness that China identifies today could gradually begin to narrow. A second possibility is that the alliance evolves even faster than the infrastructure. More joint exercises, deeper intelligence sharing, integrated missile defense, and closer operational planning could strengthen military coordination long before every construction project is finished. As this report itself suggests, an alliance does not have to wait for every building to be completed before becoming more effective. A third possibility is that China increases pressure before these facilities fully mature. That pressure may not take the form of open conflict. It could instead involve larger military exercises, more frequent gray zone operations, increased maritime coercion, and stronger strategic signaling designed to test the alliance while it is still developing. Which of these scenarios unfolds will depend on decisions made not only in Washington and Manila, but also in Beijing. None of them is inevitable, and elements of all three could emerge at the same time. What this Chinese report ultimately reveals is more nuanced than its headline suggests. It does not dismiss the growing US-Philippines alliance, nor does it claim that the military balance has already shifted decisively. Instead, it draws a distinction between infrastructure and integration. Infrastructure can be delayed by budgets, engineering challenges, or political decisions. But military integration, the trust built through years of training, planning, and operating together, is far more difficult to reverse. Beijing appears to believe that the first remains unfinished, while the second is advancing steadily. And if that assessment is correct, then the most important transformation in the Philippines is not the construction of new facilities, it is the construction of a military network that is gradually reshaping the strategic landscape of the first island chain.
I'm not concerned at all on reduced deterrence. What I'm concerned about, which is a concern of all, are the supply chains and the price of petroleum and other essentials that pass through the Straits of Hormuz. That is a major concern of everyone.
On April 28, 2026, the Philippines defense chief sat down with Reuters in Manila and gave a calm answer to a hard question. Gilberto Teodoro said he is not concerned at all about reduced deterrence. He has full confidence in the Mutual Defense Treaty with Washington.
These kinds of actions will always be there on the part of China. It only varies in terms of degree and extent, and sometimes on the variation on activities that they do. But it is a constant that...
He pointed to Balikatan as proof of America's commitment. But in the same interview, he warned that Beijing looks for openings whenever rival powers are preoccupied elsewhere. Read those two sentences together, and you understand the most important geopolitical bet being made in Southeast Asia right now.
We have to realize it is not surprising that any opportunity they see to take advantage of a perceived opportunity.
The interview happened against a specific backdrop. The United States and Israel have been at war with Iran since February 28, 2026. A ceasefire has been in place since mid-April. And on the same day Teodoro spoke, Trump's national security team was reviewing an Iranian peace proposal aimed at halting the war and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The shooting has paused. The strategic damage has not. At the same time, 17,000 troops from 7 nations had just opened the largest Balikatan exercise in the drill's history. Canada, France, New Zealand, and Japan are joining the exercises as active participants for the first time. Japan's self-defense forces are sending 1,400 personnel and will use Type 88 anti-ship cruise missiles to sink a target vessel off the coast of northern Luzon. Japanese combat soldiers are operating on Philippine soil for the first time since World War II. American Typhon mid-range missiles are deployed. Counter-landing drills are running on Palawan facing the South China Sea. Teodoro's argument rests on 3 pillars. The 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty still binds Washington to defend the Philippines if attacked. Balikatan 2026 proves the alliance is deepening, not thinning. And Beijing's behavior, in his own words, is opportunistic. Not surprising. What Teodoro did not say out loud is more telling. Manila is buying frigates from Japan. Manila is hosting U.S. Typhon missiles. Manila has signed reciprocal access agreements with Japan, Canada, France, and New Zealand inside 18 months.
We are committed to our mutual resilience, and in this way, through the SOFA interoperability, other enhanced exchanges shall be done for collective resilience in the Indo-Pacific region.
The confidence Teodoro projected was the public message. The diversification underneath it is the real policy. Here is what makes this moment dangerous. On February 28, 2026, U.S. and Israeli forces launched nearly 900 strikes in 12 hours targeting Iranian missiles, air defenses, military infrastructure, and leadership. The cost did not stop at Iranian targets. American stockpiles paid the bill. The numbers are sobering. Between 1,060 and 1,430 of the 2,330 Patriot missiles in the U.S. stockpile have been expended in the Iran war, according to a CSIS report. THAAD interceptors are between 52 and 80% depleted. 6 American warships, including the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, were retasked from the Pacific to the Middle East. Reconnaissance flights over the South China Sea dropped roughly 30% in February. The cost of prosecuting the Iran war has been estimated at $1 billion per day.
Down to make fewer weapons at mass be more effective against more targets. At the operational level, as you're linking joint function, command and control, intelligence, information, movement maneuver, fires, sustainment, protection, and security.
Speaking before the Senate Armed Services Committee on April 21, IndoPACOM Commander Admiral Samuel Paparo did not soften the picture. He said American forces in the Middle East had been using finite levels of munitions. He told lawmakers the defense industrial base needs 1 to 2 years to scale replacement production. And he framed the entire Iran war as a deterrence message to Beijing.
We have Piper as a really important initiative for us to gain this resilience. And additive manufacturing, this is advanced manufacturing, better metallurgy, faster, on demand, and local.
There's no substitute for prevailing on the battlefield, Paparo told the committee, arguing that Chinese strategists were watching every American move. Senator Richard Blumenthal pushed back. I am tremendously concerned about the impact of the transfer, the drawdown of munitions and capabilities to the Middle East, he told the same hearing. This is the real question Manila cannot say out loud but is clearly weighing. Can America credibly fight a war in the Middle East and simultaneously deter China in the Western Pacific? The Cold War answer was the 2.5 war doctrine. That doctrine was abandoned in the 1990s. Today's American military is structured for one major war plus deterrence elsewhere. Iran consumed the deterrence budget for 2 months. Ceasefire or not, the strategic cost did not reset to zero. History shows what happens when Washington gets distracted. In 1995, while America managed the Bosnia crisis, China occupied Mischief Reef inside Philippine waters. In 2012, while America finished its Iraq drawdown, China seized Scarborough Shoal during a standoff with Philippine vessels. From 2013 to 2017, while America watched Syria and Crimea, China built 7 artificial islands in the Spratlys with full military infrastructure. Every time Washington's eyes moved elsewhere, Beijing's hands moved closer to the next reef. April 2026 fits the pattern exactly. A Philippine Coast Guard spokesperson said China installed a 352-meter floating barrier on April 10 and 11, with 6 Chinese maritime militia vessels spotted inside the shoal. Satellite imagery analyzed by Reuters showed the barricade consisting of 4 fishing boats, a Chinese naval or Coast Guard ship, and a new floating barrier.
We are converged and we agree on the need to resist and deter. The keyword is deter. Any attempt to change the international order to the detriment of our people, our country, and most importantly, for our future generation.
Teodoro himself suggested in October 2025 that China's reference to the shoal as Huangyan Island was a Freudian slip, with Beijing planning to turn it into another artificial island. The numbers behind this pattern are larger than most viewers realize. Paparo told Congress that since 2024 alone, Chinese industry has delivered 12 submarines, 1 aircraft carrier, 2 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 7 frigates. According to a leaked U.S. Navy briefing, China has a domestic shipbuilding capacity 232 times greater than the United States. The Pentagon assesses China has almost tripled its inventory of precision attack ballistic and cruise missiles to 3,500 since 2020, enabling strikes on virtually all targets in the Western Pacific, including Guam. The pattern is not coincidence, it is doctrine. This is why Manila is no longer betting only on the treaty. Japan has scrapped its post-World War II restrictions on overseas arms exports. Tokyo is now selling warships, missiles, and weapons to allies. The Philippines welcomed Japan's move to scrap restrictions on overseas arms sales, opening the way for exports of warships, missiles, and other weapons. 80 years after the Pacific War ended, Japanese combat troops are operating from Philippine soil with Filipino blessing. This is historic. It signals that Tokyo no longer trusts the United States to be the sole guarantor of regional security. Tokyo is building its own deterrent web with Manila at the center. Australia, France, Canada, and New Zealand are tied in through reciprocal access agreements signed inside the past 18 months. India provides BrahMos missiles. The Philippines is constructing a distributed deterrence network where no single ally is indispensable and every ally is reinforcing.
These kinds of actions will always be there on the part of China. It only varies in terms of degree and extent, and sometimes on the variation on activities that they do. But it is a constant that we have to realize.
Teodoro himself said it cleanly to Reuters. He said Japan has a track record of affordable, high-quality equipment, and Manila is excited that this space is opening up. He confirmed frigate acquisition talks at both the secretary and ministerial levels, with Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi visiting next week to observe Balikatan. This is not a plan B. This is the new shape of Indo-Pacific security architecture. So what does Teodoro's calm sentence actually tell us? 3 things, and none of them are reassuring on their own. First, Manila is publicly committing to the treaty because public commitment is itself a deterrent. If Teodoro had expressed doubt, Beijing would have read that as an opening. The confidence is a weapon. Second, the Philippines is preparing for a world in which American attention is permanently divided. The Iran war is paused, but the Houthis remain active, Lebanon is unstable, the Strait of Hormuz remains a flashpoint, and Ukraine continues. American munitions stockpiles will take years to refill. Paparo himself admitted the industrial base needs at least 1 to 2 years to scale. China knows this arithmetic better than anyone.
Australian shift, maybe a decade or 2 ago, in saying that Australia's future is with Asia, has really become a reality, and that's why the closeness between our countries, between Australia and the Philippines, is terribly important.
Third, and this is the part most analysts miss, the alliance network Manila has built since 2024 is no longer a hedge against China alone. It is a hedge against American distraction. Japanese frigates, French naval visits, Canadian patrols, Australian rotations, Indian missiles. Every one of these arrangements exists because Manila has quietly concluded that the Mutual Defense Treaty, while real, can no longer be the only line of defense. Lucio Pitlo of the Philippine Association for Chinese Studies told RFA that Manila's shift represents a calibrated adjustment to changing circumstances, not escalation. That is the bet underneath Teodoro's calm. Not that America will not be distracted, not that the treaty will not hold, but that even if both pressures intensify, the network Manila has built around them will absorb the shock. Here is the question I want you to think about. If America is being forced to spread its munitions, its warships, and its attention across two theaters, and the Iran war has shown exactly how fast stockpiles can drain, how long can the Mutual Defense Treaty alone hold the line in the South China Sea? Drop your answer in the comments. If this breakdown helped you see what is underneath Manila's calm sentence, subscribe and hit the bell. Share it with someone who thinks the Iran war is only about the Middle East. It is not. It is about Asia too. This is Indo-Pacific Report. The world is distracted. We are not. See you in the next one. The morning fog over Batanes hung thick, curling around the jagged cliffs like it was hiding something. Something big. I was standing there, watching the tiny fishing boats bob against waves that now shared space with gray silhouettes of warships, Philippine, US, and Japanese, sliding through the Bashi Channel. Control this channel, and you control the gateway to the South China Sea, muttered an old sailor beside me, half proud, half worried. He's seen the waters all his life, but never like this. A fighter jet screamed overhead, chasing a training target that seemed too small against the endless blue. Every move of these vessels, every loop of aircraft, felt like the rehearsal for a game nobody wants to play, but everyone knows could happen. It's hard to describe the mix of awe and dread. You realize this isn't just about maps or military doctrines. It's about control, survival, and the silent power struggles that ripple through every wave. I thought of the history layered beneath these waters, the naval maneuvers during past tensions, the quiet standoffs that never made headlines, and now, the drills that are as much a message as a practice. For the people here, life goes on. Nets are mended. Children run along the shore. But just beyond, in that 60-mile stretch to Taiwan, the world's biggest powers are playing a game that could decide the first moves of a much larger conflict. And you can feel it, like the wind whipping across the cliffs, on the edge of calm and chaos. The 2026 Multilateral Maritime Cooperative Activity, or MMCA as the military calls it, wrapped up quietly on Thursday, 26 February. But make no mistake, quiet doesn't mean insignificant. For 4 days, the northernmost waters of the Philippines transformed into a theater of precision, coordination, and high-stakes signaling. Philippine, US, and Japanese forces had converged here in an area few drills ever reach. The Bashi Channel, that narrow corridor linking the South China Sea to the Western Pacific. From the cliffs of Batans, you could see the Philippine FA-50 light fighters slicing through the sky, while US P-8 Poseidons and Japanese P-3 Orions hummed above in carefully choreographed patterns. Below, the BRP Antonio Luna, the USS Dewey, and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang traced disciplined arcs across the waters, executing maneuvers that were part ballet, part message. Every aircraft, every vessel, every signal was a demonstration. These forces can operate together seamlessly, across air, sea, and tactical domains, even in one of the region's most complex maritime theaters. What makes this exercise particularly remarkable is its location. Past MMCA drills tended to stick closer to the South China Sea. This year, the stage shifted north to the Bashi Channel itself, a narrow stretch barely 60 miles wide, but one of the most strategically charged waterways in Asia. By taking the drills here, the three militaries weren't just testing interoperability, they were signaling a new geographic and strategic reach, showing that multilateral cooperation can extend beyond familiar waters, all the way to the front lines of potential tension over Taiwan. For locals watching from shore, life went on. Fishermen mended nets, kids ran along the windswept cliffs, and the waves rolled like nothing had changed. But in the sky and on the sea, history quietly pressed forward. This wasn't just another exercise. It was a rehearsal for the unpredictable, a glimpse of how air, sea, and strategy collide when the world's great powers meet at the edge of calm and chaos. As the dust of the MMCA drills settled over the northern Philippines, the diplomatic ripples began to spread, and they were loud. Across the East China Sea in Beijing, China's Southern Theater Command didn't mince words. The drills, they said, were nothing less than an attempt to co-opt non-regional states and disrupt peace and stability. In a show of muscle, China sent its own ships on what it called a routine patrol in the South China Sea during the same period, though everyone watching knew it was a pointed reply. To Beijing, foreign powers operating so close to Taiwan isn't training, it's encroachment. And any coordinated military movement involving the US, Japan, and the Philippines near the Bashi Channel, that's a provocation they take very seriously. Manila, meanwhile, struck a careful, tense balance. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. warned publicly that the Philippines could be dragged kicking and screaming into a Taiwan conflict, a phrase that sounded almost casual, yet carried a weighty undertone of the real danger at hand. It was a reminder that while the drills showcased interoperability and readiness, the stakes weren't hypothetical. Every move in these northern waters had diplomatic consequences, and every signal was being read closely in capitals across the region. Japan, too, has felt the heat. In recent years, Tokyo flirted with the idea of directly defending Taiwan, a stance that drew sharp sanctions and rebukes from Beijing. Now, whispers of future deployments, like surface-to-air missile systems on remote islands near Taiwan by 2031, have only added fuel to the fire. For Japan, participation in the MMCA is both reassurance to allies and a clear signal to China. The partnership isn't just theoretical. It can project force and coordination across the critical corridors of the Western Pacific. In short, what unfolded north of Luzon wasn't just a military exercise, it was a live demonstration of strategy, signaling, and the delicate diplomacy that threads the razor's edge between deterrence and confrontation. And as always, the question lingers: how far will each player push before someone misreads the intent? Over the 4 days of MMCA, the skies and waters north of Luzon came alive with movement, noise, and precision. Philippine Fa-50 fighters, US P-8 Poseidons, and Japanese P-3 Orions crisscrossed the northern Philippine airspace in carefully timed patrols. Observers noted how the flights weren't just about presence. They were exercises in integrated surveillance, testing how three militaries could coordinate in a contested environment where every second counts. Below, the seas were just as busy. The Philippine-guided missile frigate BRP Antonio Luna fired its guns in live fire drills, the sharp echoes bouncing across the waves. The U.S. destroyer USS Dewey and the Philippine Coast Guard cutter BRP Gabriela Silang carved tactical patterns through the waters. Practicing maneuvers that looked like a choreographed dance, but were in fact rehearsal for real-world threats. For everyone watching, it was easy to forget that these were drills. Each turn of a ship, each formation of aircraft, carried lessons that could decide life or death in a crisis. The tactical aims were straightforward but critical. Improve interoperability between air and naval units, validate communication channels and command structures, and practice coordinated defense in strategically sensitive maritime zones. Yet beyond the immediate exercises, the drills also signal a bigger pattern. They are part of an expanding series of Philippines-US-Japan interoperability activities, tied to formal agreements like the Philippines-Japan Reciprocal Access Agreement ratified in late 2024. In other words, this isn't an isolated event. It's a piece of a growing puzzle, showing how these allies are thinking long-term, preparing for scenarios that most of the world prefers not to imagine.
109. Globalization.
The Bashi Channel is more than just a narrow stretch of water. It's a strategic fulcrum where the balance of power in Northeast Asia can shift in an instant. By sending ships and aircraft into these northern waters, the Philippines, US, and Japan are quietly rebalancing maritime power. The drills strengthen the ability of non-Chinese forces to respond at key choke points and sharpen their capacity to monitor, and if needed, counter hostile actions in a space that could become a flashpoint overnight. Every coordinated maneuver also sends a message to Beijing. These are not isolated exercises. They show a united front among like-minded maritime powers, reinforcing deterrence without tipping into outright confrontation. The choreography of aircraft over Batanes and the disciplined arcs of warships west of Luzon aren't just training, they're a signal. The channel isn't anyone's private lane anymore. And when it comes to Taiwan, the stakes are even higher. Control, or at least influence, over the Bashi Channel could prove decisive in any contingency. By practicing rapid, integrated air and sea deployments, these allied forces are preparing for scenarios where speed and coordination might be the difference between strategic advantage and disaster. In other words, these drills aren't just about readiness, they're about shaping the possible outcomes of a crisis before it even begins. To really grasp the scale and significance of the 2026 MMCA, the numbers tell a story of their own. The Bashi Channel, a mere 100 kilometers, about 60 miles from the northern Philippines to Taiwan, became the stage for 4 intense days of drills, stretching from 23 to 26 February. 3 nations, Philippines, US, and Japan, brought together aircraft, warships, and Coast Guard units, all operating over Batanes airspace and the waters west of Luzon. For the first time, these exercises reached this far north, beyond the usual South China Sea corridors, marking a historic expansion in geographic and strategic scope. Every figure, every distance, every day of coordinated action underscores just how carefully these drills were planned, and how much weight they carry in shaping regional security. the 2026 MMCA over the Bashi Channel isn't just another exercise on a map. It's a turning point. For the first time, Allied forces have pushed well beyond the familiar South China Sea waters, stepping into areas that lie immediately next to Taiwan, where the stakes are highest and the tension palpable. On the operational side, the drills sharpened readiness and interoperability, proving that these forces can move, communicate, and coordinate seamlessly under pressure. Politically, they sent a clear message. The Philippines, US, and Japan are willing to project presence in sensitive waters, even as China watches closely and labels such moves destabilizing. Strategically, this isn't a one-off. The drills reinforce a pattern of trilateral integration, hinting at a future where cooperation continues to grow in both scope and geographic reach, shaping the balance of power in Northeast Asia for years to come.
If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
A major military move in the Indo-Pacific. The United States plans to deploy more advanced missile systems to the Philippines. It comes as Washington and Manila step up efforts to push back against China's growing pressure in the South China Sea.
Great.
We are accelerating the deployment of advanced capabilities to the Philippines to strengthen deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. That line, delivered after the latest US-Philippines strategic talks, didn't just land in a press room. It landed across the region. Because let's be honest, when Washington says advanced capabilities, everyone knows what that means. Missiles. And not the symbolic kind. So here's the real question. Are we watching the quiet militarization of the South China Sea turn into something far more permanent? In 2026, the United States plans to deploy additional advanced missile systems to the Philippines. Not as a one-off drill, not as a passing exercise, but as part of a broader deterrence framework that's clearly becoming structural. This follows repeated maritime confrontations between Philippine vessels and Chinese forces, water cannons, dangerous maneuvers, near collisions that feel like they're one bad decision away from something worse. I don't think this is just another defense headline. It feels different. For decades, the Philippines was often described as a treaty ally. Yes, but not necessarily a frontline state. That perception is changing fast. The South China Sea is no longer a distant maritime dispute. It's becoming a testing ground for how far China will push, and how far the United States is willing to stand its ground. Think about what this looks like on the ground. A remote airfield in northern Luzon. A joint US-Philippines exercise under the banner of Balikatan. American personnel working alongside Filipino troops. New infrastructure. Upgraded runways. Warehouses designed not just for humanitarian supplies, but for systems that shift the regional balance. That's not abstract geopolitics. That's hardware. That's the range. That's a reach. And once missiles are in place, even rotationally, the strategic math changes. For Beijing, this isn't just about Manila. It's about encirclement narratives, about US alliance networks tightening across the first island chain. For Washington, it's about restoring credible deterrence, proving that gray zone coercion will not go unanswered. For Manila, though, it's about survival, about not facing maritime pressure alone. The stakes feel heavier because tensions aren't theoretical anymore. We've seen repeated confrontations at Second Thomas Shoal, Coast Guard ships colliding, water cannons blasting supply boats. Each incident chips away at stability. Each one raises the temperature. So when the US signals more missile deployments in 2026, It's not happening in a vacuum. It's happening after a pattern, and patterns matter. This isn't just modernization. It's a policy shift. The annual U.S.-Philippines strategic talks made that clear. Beyond deployments, the framework includes expanded joint exercises, modernization of Philippine defense forces, interoperability upgrades, and deeper integration. It's layered, it's coordinated, it's long-term. And here's the uncomfortable part. Deterrence works. Until it doesn't. Missiles can stabilize a region by raising the cost of aggression. But they also lock in positions. They reduce room for ambiguity. They make signaling sharper, clearer, sometimes harsher. Are we witnessing a necessary correction in the balance of power? Or the slow cementing of a new military frontline in Southeast Asia? That's why this moment matters. Because what's unfolding isn't just about 2026. It's about whether the South China Sea becomes a managed competition, tense but contained, or a hardened strategic fault line where one miscalculation could ripple across the Indo-Pacific. And honestly, the region feels closer to that line than it has in years. You can't make sense of today's missile deployments without stepping back and looking at the architecture underneath it all. This isn't a sudden romance. It's a security relationship that has survived wars, leadership changes, public protests, and moments when both sides seriously questioned each other.
Next day in Washington, a first step is taken in the direction demanded by Dewey as the United States and the Philippines sign a mutual defense treaty.
The anchor is the Mutual Defense Treaty signed in 1951. That agreement, forged in the early Cold War, binds both countries to act if either is attacked in the Pacific. On paper, the language sounds restrained. Meet the common danger. In reality, it has always carried weight. For Manila, it is an insurance policy. For Washington, it is a foothold in a strategically sensitive region. And every time tensions rise in the South China Sea, people quietly return to that document and ask, does it still hold? Decades later, the relationship evolved with the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement in 2014. EDCA did something practical. It expanded rotational U.S. presence and allowed access to agreed Philippine bases without establishing permanent American bases, a crucial political distinction. It was subtle but significant. Instead of symbolic visits, you had infrastructure upgrades, prepositioned equipment, and deeper interoperability. It modernized the alliance without rewriting it. Then there is geography, and geography does not negotiate. The Philippines sits along what strategists call the first island chain, a line of territories stretching from Japan down through Taiwan and into Southeast Asia. In military planning circles, this chain functions as a natural containment arc against Chinese naval expansion into the wider Pacific. And at the northern tip of the Philippines lies Batanes, facing the Bashi Channel. That narrow waterway between Taiwan and the Philippines is not just a stretch of sea. It is a choke point. Submarines pass through it. Surface vessels maneuver through it. In any Taiwan contingency, it becomes instantly critical. Geography makes the Philippines unavoidable in regional strategy. At the same time, China's expansive maritime claims complicate everything. Beijing's so-called 9-dash line overlaps with the Philippines' exclusive economic zone and runs contrary to international maritime law as interpreted by the Hague Tribunal in 2016. On the water, this isn't theoretical. It looks like Coast Guard ships shadowing supply boats. It looks like water cannons blasting wooden hulls near 2nd Thomas Shoal. It looks like collisions that everyone insists were accidental, yet somehow keep happening. Each encounter chips away at stability. Each one tests resolve. So when we talk about new missile deployments, we're not talking about a random policy decision. We're talking about a treaty legacy from 1951, expanded access under EDCA, strategic geography that cannot be moved, and maritime confrontations that keep raising the temperature. History, law, and location are colliding in real time. And that's why the current moment feels less like a temporary spike and more like a structural shift. Let's strip away the vague language for a second. When officials say enhanced capabilities or advanced systems, it sounds diplomatic. Clean. Almost harmless. It's not. Some of these systems are already on the ground. In April 2024, the United States positioned the Typhon mid-range missile system in northern Luzon. That wasn't symbolic. The Typhon system can launch SM-6 and Tomahawk missiles, and that changes the strategic geometry overnight. The SM-6 is versatile. It can engage aircraft, ships, and even certain missile threats. The Tomahawk, though, is what really grabs attention. With a range reaching roughly 2,500 kilometers, it extends far beyond disputed reefs. From northern Luzon, that reach stretches across large sections of the South China Sea and deep into areas hosting PLA naval and air infrastructure. Pause there for a second. From Philippine soil, assets on the Chinese mainland edge into range calculations. That's not a theoretical deterrence. That's operational depth. And then there's the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, and MESIS, deployed in Batanes, facing the Bashi Channel. It's a mobile, ground-based anti-ship system designed to complicate any naval movement through choke points. In a Taiwan contingency or a South China Sea escalation, that narrow corridor suddenly becomes a heavily monitored and potentially contested transit route. It's quiet, it's mobile, it's designed to deny access. And this is just the beginning. Following recent strategic consultations, U.S. and Philippine officials agreed to increase deployments of cutting-edge missile and unmanned systems. That means more integration, more rotational presence, more hardware that doesn't leave after an exercise ends. Philippine Ambassador Jose Manuel Romualdez put it bluntly, it's a kind of system that's really very sophisticated and will be deployed here in the hope that, down the road, we will be able to get our own. That line matters, because this isn't just about hosting American systems, it's about capability transfer, about Manila eventually fielding similar systems independently. That's a long-term force modernization trajectory, not a temporary posture adjustment. And here's the strategic headline no one can ignore. The Tomahawk's range places portions of southern China and segments of PLA infrastructure within reach from positions in northern Luzon. That recalibrates deterrence. It signals that gray zone pressure at sea now carries potential long-range consequences. It inserts the Philippines directly into the wider Indo Pacific strike network. For Beijing, this is a strategic complication. For Washington, it's a layered deterrence. For Manila, it's leverage and risk. Missiles don't just sit in storage. They sit in calculations. And once they're factored in, the entire regional equation shifts. Let's be real, missiles don't move without a reason. And governments don't escalate language unless something has shifted underneath. In recent joint statements, Washington and Manila didn't soften their tone. They described China's actions in the South China Sea as illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive. That's not diplomatic fluff. That's strategic framing. It signals that what's happening at sea, water cannon blasts, dangerous maneuvers, harassment of resupply missions, is no longer being treated as routine friction. It's being labeled as a pattern. The official line is clear. This is about deterrence, not provocation. The idea is simple in theory. Raise the cost of further assertiveness so that escalation becomes irrational. Strength, visible and credible, is supposed to prevent miscalculation. Classic deterrence logic. Old school balance of power thinking. But deterrence is a psychological game. It only works if the other side believes you mean it. That's where alliance signaling comes in. Every missile deployment, every joint exercise, every infrastructure upgrade reinforces the credibility of the Mutual Defense Treaty. The message isn't subtle. Manila is not alone. If its forces, vessels, or aircraft are attacked in the Pacific, the treaty framework activates. The deployments make that promise tangible, and it's not just Beijing that's watching. Other ASEAN states are watching too. Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. They all navigate their own delicate balancing acts with China. When Washington deepens its security posture with the Philippines, it sends a regional signal: the United States is still invested, still present, still willing to underwrite security guarantees. Then there's the broader strategic layer. These deployments align with the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, a multi-billion-dollar U.S. effort, exceeding $40 billion in cumulative funding, designed to counter China's military buildup across the Indo Pacific. The initiative isn't abstract. It funds infrastructure, missile systems, logistics nodes, joint training, and rapid deployment capabilities across the theater. In other words, what's happening in the Philippines isn't isolated. It's part of a networked strategy stretching across the first island chain, from Japan down through Taiwan and into Southeast Asia. A lattice of access points, rotational forces, interoperable systems, the kind of posture designed to complicate any large-scale military move. Zoom out, and you see the logic. China expands Coast Guard and naval pressure in disputed waters. The U.S. reinforces alliance commitments. The Philippines upgrades its defensive posture. Each move triggers another. It's a cycle, but one rooted in deterrence theory rather than immediate confrontation. Still, here's the tension. The more visible and capable the systems become, the more the region shifts from ambiguous gray zone competition to structured military positioning. And once posture becomes permanent, rolling it back gets a lot harder. That's the strategic bet being made right now. That stronger deterrence today prevents a much more dangerous crisis tomorrow. If you thought Beijing would shrug at American missile systems sitting a few hundred kilometers from its coastline, yeah, no. China's response has been sharp, repetitive, and very public. Officials have condemned the deployments as destabilizing, accusing Washington of militarizing the region and turning the Philippines into a forward operating platform. The language is familiar: threat to regional peace, Cold War mentality, external interference. But this time, the tone carries more urgency. Beijing didn't just criticize. It formally demanded that the missile systems be removed. Manila said no. That refusal matters. It signals that the Philippines is no longer hedging quietly. It's choosing alignment openly. And that's a big psychological shift in Southeast Asian diplomacy, where strategic ambiguity used to be the safer play. Still, this isn't a total diplomatic breakdown. Communication channels between Manila and Beijing remain open. That's important. High-level talks continue. Maritime hotlines exist. Economic ties haven't vanished. Trade still flows. There's a strange duality here: friction at sea, dialogue in conference rooms. At the same time, China maintains its counter-narrative. Beijing accuses the Philippines of intruding into what it calls its sovereign waters, framing incidents as defensive responses rather than coercive actions. In other words, both sides are telling completely different stories about the same events. That narrative clash isn't accidental. It's part of a broader information contest. China has long invested in shaping public opinion and elite discourse within the Philippines through media messaging, business networks, diplomatic outreach, and economic leverage. The United States, for its part, reinforces alliance messaging through defense cooperation, public diplomacy, and visible military exercises. Both sides understand that domestic perception in Manila is strategic terrain. Because here's the reality: missile deployments aren't just about hardware, they're about legitimacy. If the Filipino public views the systems as protective, the alliance deepens. If they view them as escalatory, political resistance grows. Beijing knows this. Washington knows this. So beyond the ships and missiles, there's a quieter battle unfolding. In newsrooms, policy forums, academic spaces, even social media feeds. The region isn't just watching a military standoff, it's watching a contest over narrative dominance. And in geopolitics, perception can shape outcomes almost as much as force projection. Zoom out for a second. This isn't just Washington versus Beijing. It's the entire region adjusting in real time. Take the South China Sea flashpoints. Incidents near Scarborough Shoal, collisions, standoffs, water cannons don't just stay local. They ripple outward. Every close encounter between Coast Guard vessels sends insurance rates up, markets twitching, and defense planners back to their maps. These aren't abstract reefs. They've become symbols of how far gray zone pressure can go before it turns kinetic. And because of that, Allied naval cooperation is becoming more visible. Joint drills now frequently include Australia, Canada, and other partners operating alongside US and Philippine forces. You see coordinated patrols, interoperability exercises, and messaging about freedom of navigation. It's subtle, but deliberate, a multilateral front reinforcing maritime norms rather than leaving Manila isolated. What's interesting, and honestly underappreciated, is how ASEAN states are reacting. They're not lining up neatly behind one pole or the other. Instead, Southeast Asian countries are diversifying. Buying equipment from multiple suppliers, expanding exercises with Japan, India, Australia, Europe, not just the US. It's hedging, but in a more sophisticated way. No one wants to be forced into a binary choice. So they're building options. That diversification tells you something. The region doesn't see this as a temporary spike. It sees structural competition settling in. Of course, not everyone agrees this trajectory is stabilizing. Supporters argue the logic is straightforward. Credible deterrence prevents coercion. If China knows escalation will trigger real military consequences, it recalculates. Stronger posture equals fewer missteps. In that view, missile deployments aren't provocative, they're preventative. Critics push back. They worry about escalation ladders, about what happens if a confrontation near a disputed shoal spirals while long-range systems sit within striking distance. They question whether increased militarization narrows diplomatic space. And there's an ongoing debate about permanence. Rotational deployments can be dialed up or down. Permanent basing sends a different signal entirely. The distinction matters strategically and politically. There's also a broader anxiety. Once advanced systems are in place, reversing them becomes politically costly. Infrastructure creates inertia. Alliances deepen through logistics, not just rhetoric. So the debate isn't just about missiles. It's about trajectory. The US missile build-out in the Philippines marks a serious upgrade in alliance depth, not symbolic, not temporary optics, structural. It reflects a broader Indo-Pacific competition shaped by China's increasingly assertive maritime posture. What began as Coast Guard encounters and legal disputes is evolving into layered deterrence architecture along the first island chain. And here's the part that really matters. How these deployments evolve over the next decade will shape more than military balance. They will influence investor confidence, shipping routes, diplomatic alignments, and crisis stability across Southeast Asia. We're not just watching a defense adjustment, we're watching the region redefine its strategic center of gravity. The question isn't whether the balance is shifting. It's whether this new equilibrium holds or hardens into something far more combustible.
If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
This year, we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and the United States. This year, we also mark the 75th anniversary of the Philippine-U.S. Mutual Defense Treaty, which guides the conduct of our defense and security relations.
Years in, this alliance is no longer running on muscle memory. And President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. knows it. Standing at the milestone anniversaries, 80 years of Philippine-U.S. diplomatic relations, and 75 years of the Mutual Defense Treaty, Marcos didn't sound nostalgic. He sounded forward-looking, almost impatient with the idea that the alliance should be frozen in Cold War amber. His message was clear: this is no longer just a defense pact built for yesterday's wars. It's becoming a future-ready, whole-of-state partnership designed for a messier, more connected, more contested Indo-Pacific.
You go to the ramp, and you will go get up.
That shift isn't rhetorical. You can see it on the ground. The expanded U.S. rotational military presence under EDCIA isn't just about troops moving in and out. It's about routines, access, and predictability. Add to that institutionalized coordination mechanisms that now run year-round instead of flaring up during crises, and the alliance starts to feel less reactive, more permanent in function, if not in form. This is what grown-up alliances look like. Boring when things are calm, invaluable when they aren't. What really marks the evolution, though, is where the partnership is heading next. Cybersecurity and outer space are no longer side conversations or future agenda items. They're sliding into the core of alliance planning.
More importantly, we seize opportunities through bilateral, multilateral, and multilateral channels, while expanding our partnership into new frontiers such as cyber and outer space.
Marcos is effectively saying that sovereignty today isn't defended only at sea or in the air, but in networks, satellites, and data flows. That's a big conceptual leap for a treaty born in 1951. And it's overdue. Zoom out, and the strategic weight becomes obvious. This modernized Philippine-U.S. alliance now sits squarely inside First Island chain deterrence, shaping how power is balanced from Japan down through Taiwan and into Southeast Asia. At the same time, Marcos is careful not to frame it as exclusionary. The alliance, as he presents it, supports a ASEAN-centered regional stability, not by dominating the region, but by anchoring it. In short, this isn't about remembering the past. It's about refusing to be trapped by it. Marcos is betting that an alliance which adapts across domains, military, political, technological, doesn't just survive its anniversaries. It earns relevance long after the celebrations end. There's a reason President Marcos keeps reaching back before he points forward. In this part of the world, history isn't decoration, it's credibility. The timeline itself reads like a spine holding the alliance upright. 1946, diplomatic relations begin, right as the Philippines steps into independence.
Next day in Washington, a first step is taken in the direction demanded by Dewey as the United States and the Philippines sign a mutual defense treaty.
1951, the Mutual Defense Treaty is signed, locking in a security guarantee that has outlived wars, administrations, and entire global orders. And now, 2026, a rare dual milestone: 80 years of diplomatic ties and 75 years of the MDT.
This year, we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and the United States. This year, we also mark the 75th anniversary of the Philippine-U.S. Mutual Defense Treaty, which guides the conduct of our defense and security relations.
Marcos didn't let that moment pass quietly. When he said for 80 of those 250 years, the Philippines has been proud to call the United States a trusted friend, a steadfast partner, and an unwavering ally, he wasn't just praising the past, he was anchoring the future to it. That anchoring matters because alliances don't operate in a vacuum. The MDT remains the legal backbone of everything that follows: EDCA access, rotational presence, interoperability, even emerging cooperation in cyber and space. Without that treaty, all the modern upgrades would be politically fragile and strategically reversible. With it, they inherit legitimacy. That's the quiet power of continuity. The anniversary year is being used very deliberately, not to reopen old debates, not to renegotiate fundamentals, but to signal something steadier. This alliance isn't wobbling, even as the region does.
The values that continue to guide our common pursuit of peace and prosperity for both our peoples. We honor their legacy today and reaffirm our commitment to uphold these principles alongside the United States for the next 80 years and beyond.
In an environment filled with hedging, realignment, and strategic ambiguity, Marcos is choosing reassurance over rupture. The message to allies is consistency. The message to rivals is endurance. There's also a personal, almost generational undertone here. Marcos is leading an alliance shaped long before him, but instead of distancing himself from its origins, he's owning them. That choice says a lot. History in this framing isn't a constraint. It's leverage, proof that some partnerships don't need reinvention to remain relevant. They just need to keep showing up. Here's where Marcos really leans into the bigger-than-defense narrative. The Philippines-US alliance isn't just about ships, jets, or patrols anymore, though none of those traditional security pillars are going anywhere. Defense, deterrence, maritime security, law enforcement, disaster response, and humanitarian assistance remain front and center. But they're now explicitly framed as part of a wider, integrated partnership. They're the baseline, not the ceiling.
Today, that cooperation is broad and it is comprehensive in the areas of defense, maritime security, law enforcement, trade, investment, agriculture, energy, transport, labor, health, education, disaster response, tourism, and culture.
What makes this moment unusual is the breadth Marcos is claiming on the civil and societal front. Officially, the partnership now stretches across at least 12 sectors: trade, investment, agriculture, food security, energy, transport, labor, health, education, tourism, culture, and people-to-people exchanges. When Marcos says today that cooperation is broad and it is comprehensive, addressing domestic, regional, and international challenges, he's signaling something subtle but powerful. The alliance is indispensable to nation building, not just national defense. Analytically, this is a clever move. By embedding the alliance into domestic development priorities, Marcos strengthens political legitimacy at home. Critics who worry about foreign influence are reminded that this partnership isn't just about external threats, it's about infrastructure, schools, jobs, and trade. Strategically, it also reframes regional security. The U.S. is no longer just a military actor, it's a development partner whose contributions ripple across society, reinforcing the Philippines' role in ASEAN stability and broader Indo-Pacific networks. In short, Marcos is pushing the idea that modern alliances are multi-domain by necessity. The security you want depends on the economic, societal, and technological foundations you build, and that's exactly the story he's telling about the Philippines-US partnership. This is the part where the Philippine-US alliance stops looking like a traditional boots and ships partnership and starts looking futuristic. Marcos is putting cybersecurity and outer space squarely on the table as explicit domains of cooperation. And that's no small footnote. In practical terms, this means the Philippines is aligning with US Indo-Pacific priorities on multiple levels, building cyber resilience against attacks that could disrupt critical systems, hardening digital infrastructure that underpins commerce and government, and leveraging space-based communications and situational awareness for both civilian and military purposes. In other words, the alliance isn't just about stopping someone at the waterline, it's about controlling, protecting, and observing the invisible architecture that modern states rely on. Why it matters strategically is simple. Very few Southeast Asian allies are stepping into these non-kinetic domains with Washington. This signals that Manila is thinking long-term, not just episodically. It's a way of saying, we're in this for the next generation of threats and technologies, not just the next patrol rotation. For regional observers, it's a clear alignment marker. The Philippines is now in the club of partners who can operate across land, sea, air, cyber, and space, rather than just the traditional triad. In short, Marcos isn't just upgrading the alliance, he's future-proofing it. And in a region where the strategic environment changes faster than bureaucracies can react, that kind of foresight counts. Here's where the politics get personal, not just institutional. Marcos isn't just talking about treaties or military rotations, he's showing that the alliance lives at the highest levels of leadership. When he references his White House engagement with US President Trump during Trump's second term, our positive initial engagement provided renewed momentum for sustained high-level exchanges. He's signaling two things at once: that Manila can play in the big leagues, and that personal rapport still matters in diplomacy. The moves on the ground reinforce that signal. By inviting Trump to Manila for the 2026 ASEAN Summit, Marcos isn't just hosting a former US president, he's sending a message to the region. The Philippines can convene powerful partners without compromising ASEAN centrality. That emphasis on alliance compatibility with ASEAN-led frameworks is deliberate. It tells neighbors, allies, and potential adversaries that Manila isn't pivoting away from regional institutions while strengthening bilateral ties. In short, this is leadership signaling at its most sophisticated, projecting confidence, maintaining legitimacy at home and abroad, and embedding the alliance into the regional diplomatic fabric, all while keeping the optics constructive rather than confrontational. It's less about ceremony and more about shaping perceptions, showing that the Philippine-US partnership is active, personal, and influential at the top tables where decisions actually get made. Here's a concrete example of how the alliance is evolving from theory into day-to-day reality. The U.S. Army Rotational Force, Philippines. Key facts first. ARFP was formally established in July 2025, but public awareness only came in January 2026. It's small, roughly 50 U.S. Army personnel, but the size belies its significance. Commanded by U.S. Army Pacific, the force is explicitly rotational and non-permanent, meaning it doesn't constitute a base or long-term footprint, yet it represents a shift towards sustained engagement. As Carl Isaac Taylor put it, this represents a shift from previous years' iterative engagement to a more sustained rotational presence. Strategically, that shift is huge. The ARFP moves the alliance from sporadic exercises to persistent presence, which has real operational and planning consequences. First, it allows for continuous infrastructure coordination, ongoing maintenance, logistics alignment, and readiness improvements. Second, it deepens Army-to-Army interoperability, meaning U.S. and Philippine forces can actually operate together rather than just train alongside each other in bursts. Third, it builds institutional familiarity with Philippine terrain and forces, so that when a contingency arises, whether disaster relief or regional security, the U.S. Army is already embedded in local operational logic. In short, ARFP isn't big in numbers, but it's a force multiplier in knowledge, readiness, and coordination. It exemplifies how the Philippines-U.S. alliance is moving from episodic engagement toward a future-ready posture, quietly shaping both capability and trust. Here's where all the pieces start to fit together, showing that the Philippines-U.S. alliance is more than the sum of its parts.
Our mutual defense treaty is the bedrock of that. We share concerns about China's coercion in the South China Sea, particularly recently in the Scarborough Shoal. It bears repeating that mutual defense treaty is critical for both of our countries.
Task Force, Philippines illustrates a clever behind-the-scenes move. Announced on October 31st, 2025, it's a compact Day 60 personnel hub led by a one-star general, explicitly for coordination, not combat. The U.S. Pacific Fleet was careful to clarify, it does not involve new combat forces or permanent military basing. That matters, because it allows Manila and Washington to deepen integration, linking EDCA sites, rotational forces, and joint exercises without stirring sovereignty concerns. Strategically, it's low profile but high utility, a quiet glue that turns scattered operations into a functioning network. Exercise Balikatan 25 shows what all this coordination enables in practice. Conducted in Apari, Cagayan Valley, near the Luzon Strait, it involved the U.S. Army 25th Infantry Division and the Armed Forces of the Philippines in counter-landing and maritime defense scenarios. The strategic lessons are clear. Northern Luzon is a critical node for Taiwan contingency planning and South China Sea access control. More importantly, it demonstrates that the alliance can operate at high-end combined operations, not just humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. All of this feeds directly into the first island chain context. The Philippines sits at the geostrategic hinge between the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, meaning even small rotational forces like ARFP or TFPH have outsized effects. Infrastructure, coordination, and readiness create a distributed force posture, strengthen deterrence by denial, and embed resilience into critical choke points. From a diplomatic lens, the ASEAN dimension is just as deliberate. As ASEAN chair in 2026, Manila stresses that the alliance is aligned with ASEAN centrality and promotes community building, signaling that being a U.S. partner doesn't mean abandoning regional consensus. Marcos puts it plainly: we look forward to continued support for ASEAN community building through our comprehensive strategic partnership. Brings it home. What has clearly changed? Sustained U.S. Army presence, formalized coordination via Philippine, and expansion into cyber and space domains. What remains non-negotiable politically? No permanent U.S. bases, all deployments framed defensively, and respect for Philippine sovereignty. The Philippine-U.S. alliance is no longer just a Cold War-era treaty or a series of rotating bases. It's a future-ready, multi-domain partnership that is militarily credible, politically calibrated, and regionally embedded. Marcos closes the narrative with a line that captures both history and ambition. I am confident that this alliance will move forward with even greater conviction for the next 80 years and beyond. The picture is now unmistakable. A measured, sophisticated, and forward-looking alliance, small footprints, big effects, and a diplomatic balance that keeps Manila central to both U.S. strategy and ASEAN cohesion.
Commander, Task Force 80, arriving.
And to ensure that we are ready for the high-end tactical fight, and if need.
Nothing rolled in with fanfare. No dramatic base openings. No headline-grabbing troop numbers. Just a short confirmation, almost easy to miss. The U.S. Army now maintains a rotational force in the Philippines. Quiet, technical, bureaucratic sounding, and strategically massive. Because this isn't just another exercise cycle. It's a shift in posture. For years, U.S. land power in the Philippines came and went with drills, Balikatan, joint training, temporary deployments that packed up and left. What's emerging now is different. Institutionalized rotation, persistent presence without permanent basing, Army units flowing in and out, but never really leaving the chessboard. Low visibility, high consequence. That matters because land forces change the equation. Naval and air power signal reach. Army forces signal intent, staying power, and denial. They're about holding terrain, controlling choke points, and shaping escalation thresholds. In the context of the first island chain, that's not a footnote, it's architecture. This quiet expansion effectively weaves U.S. ground forces into the Philippines' defense landscape, not as guests, but as a recurring feature. It blurs the line between exercise and posture, between presence and permanence. And it does so without triggering the political backlash that large fixed bases once did. The timing isn't accidental. China's military pressure on Taiwan is intensifying. The South China Sea is more militarized than ever. The first island chain, once a conceptual line on a map, is now being physically reinforced, node by node. The Philippines sits at the hinge of that chain. And land power at the hinge changes how deterrence works. So the real question isn't whether this is escalation. It's whether this marks the moment deterrence in Southeast Asia stopped being episodic and started becoming structural. How quiet the US. Army rotation reshapes the balance between China, Taiwan, and the South China Sea? And what does it mean when the first island chain stops being theory and starts being staffed? The Army rotational force, Philippines, is deliberately low profile, but that doesn't make it insignificant. Unlike traditional deployments with parades, press briefings, or unit roll calls, this rotation is framed as a lean, headquarters-level element with supporting forces flowing in and out. On paper, it looks modest. In practice, it establishes a persistent footprint that quietly changes deterrence calculus. Command falls under a lieutenant colonel, led headquarters, signaling that this is a standing leadership node rather than a temporary task force. That level of command is small enough to remain discreet, but senior enough to ensure continuity across rotations. A RFP is embedded within Task Force, Philippines, which allows knowledge, coordination, and operational memory to persist even as personnel rotate. It's a structural presence disguised as a temporary deployment. The force also complements the Marine Rotational Force, Southeast Asia, rather than duplicating it. Where the Marines focus on expeditionary and littoral operations, the Army brings logistical depth, command and control capability, and operational sustainment. This combination strengthens the US-Philippine partnership while keeping the footprint light, a smart mix of presence, capability, and ambiguity. The opacity of ARFP isn't an oversight, it's deliberate. By withholding details on size, equipment, or mission profile, the US leverages uncertainty as a strategic tool. Observers and potential adversaries must assume the force could scale, support contingency operations, or coordinate rapidly with other US rotational elements. In essence, rotational becomes permanent in practice, a quiet signal that US land power is now a recurring feature in the Philippines without provoking overt political friction. Task Force Philippines was officially announced in October 2025 as the organizational spine supporting rotational deployments like ARFP. Its creation wasn't about a flashy troop buildup, it was about structure, planning, and readiness. The task force exists to improve joint operational planning, enable rapid crisis response, and synchronize US, Philippine ground operations across a range of contingencies. Strategically, this is a quiet but profound shift. Where alliance coordination used to be episodic and ad hoc, task force, Philippines institutionalizes it, creating a standing mechanism for planning, communication, and operational integration. It embeds U.S. land warfare expertise directly into Philippine defense architecture, enhancing interoperability and allowing both nations to respond faster to regional contingencies. The move also sends a subtle but clear signal. The U.S. is committed to the Philippines long term, yet without the political complications of permanent base expansion. By establishing a rotational force within a permanent planning structure, the task force reinforces deterrence, strengthens bilateral ties, and quietly militarizes the first island chain without headlines. The strategic weight of the Philippines isn't abstract, it's geography made manifest. Situated along the first island chain, the archipelago serves as both a forward shield for Taiwan and a southern anchor for maritime denial in the South China Sea. Think of it like Okinawa or Guam, a mix of natural terrain, proximity to contested waters, and lines of communication that make it indispensable for projecting influence and shaping regional calculations. Breaking it down further, certain areas carry outsized importance. Northern Luzon sits directly in the path of any Taiwan contingency spillover, providing early staging, observation, and coordination points. Palawan anchors the southern edge of the South China Sea, a hotspot for territorial disputes and maritime pressure points. Meanwhile, Mindanao offers ISR potential, a legacy of counterinsurgency infrastructure, and the possibility of drone basing, a flexible, persistent surveillance platform that extends reach across the region. In short, the Philippines isn't just another host nation. It's a strategic hinge in the first island chain, one that shapes deterrence, maritime access, and rapid response options for the U.S. while subtly constraining potential adversaries. Geography doesn't change, and that's why presence here carries disproportionate weight. Since 2022, the U.S. has quietly layered advanced army systems into the Philippines, reshaping what rotational presence actually means. Mobile precision fires like HIMARS bring rapid, long-range strike capability. Patriot air and missile defense adds a protective umbrella against aerial threats. Mid-range strike options, including Typhon systems with Tomahawk capability, extend deterrence far beyond the shoreline. On the intelligence side, Gray Eagle MQ-9 platforms provide persistent surveillance, mapping potential hotspots in real time. This isn't just about hardware. It reflects a doctrinal shift. U.S. Army deployments here are moving from counter-terrorism assistance to state-on-state deterrence. Land forces are now integrated into maritime conflict planning, functioning as a key node in regional defense networks rather than a supporting afterthought. The Army, once secondary to Navy and Air Force operations in the Indo Pacific, is now a central actor, capable of shaping deterrence, controlling key terrain, and providing options that extend the first island chain's strategic depth. Presence, capability, and integration together mean that the Philippines is no longer just a training ground. It's a forward operating platform for multi-domain deterrence, quietly signaling U.S. resolve while maintaining a low-profile footprint. The presence of U.S. Army rotational forces in the Philippines hasn't gone unnoticed in Beijing. Official statements frame these deployments as destabilizing, painting a narrative that U.S. land power is creeping closer to Taiwan and expanding influence in the South China Sea. Analysts note the linkage between rotational deployments and broader Chinese concerns over maritime security and regional balance. Each missile battery, ISR drone, or HIMARS launcher may seem small individually, but together they create a strategic picture that complicates Chinese calculations. The effect is deliberate. By quietly embedding capable army units, the U.S. raises the cost of coercion against Manila and forces the PLA to account for scenarios they previously treated as low priority. Operational planning becomes more complex, and the risk of miscalculation rises in any crisis. This is the essence of rotational presence: low-profile deployment with high strategic leverage, signaling deterrence without overt provocation. For the Philippines, the calculus is clear but delicate. Ongoing South China Sea confrontations, the potential spillover from any Taiwan crisis, and the need to protect its exclusive economic zone demand credible deterrence. Rotational U.S. land forces give Manila more than reassurance. They provide a practical ability to project defense and secure key terrain without fully ceding sovereignty. Domestically, the armed forces of the Philippines are making moves of their own. The activation of the 1st Land-based Missile Battalion reflects growing recognition of integrated territorial defense. Simultaneously, joint exercises and interoperability programs with U.S. forces are institutionalizing skills, command protocols, and rapid response capabilities. Manila's challenge is balancing the benefits of this partnership with sovereignty sensitivities, ensuring that the U.S. presence strengthens rather than politicizes domestic security. Even quiet deployments carry risks. Fixed missile batteries are vulnerable to preemptive strikes or sabotage, and rotational units must navigate sustainment, logistics, and command and control complexities in crisis scenarios. Missteps in coordination or timing could have outsized consequences in a densely militarized maritime theater. Political dynamics add another layer. Public perception of foreign troops on Philippine soil can stir backlash, and ASEAN neighbors may view these moves as militarization of the region, complicating diplomatic balance. Finally, the sheer proximity of forces to sensitive zones in the South China Sea increases the risk of accidental escalation with China if miscommunication occurs. These constraints underline the delicate dance of deterrence. Capability must be credible, yet visible restraint is essential. These developments are reshaping the Indo-Pacific security architecture. The U.S. Army's quiet rotational presence normalizes land power in maritime Asia, moving it from a theoretical option to an operational reality. For the Philippines, this positions the archipelago as a central node in regional deterrence, transforming it from a peripheral ally to a frontline stakeholder. Rotational forces emerge as the preferred model for forward presence, flexible, scalable, and politically manageable, while providing tangible deterrence against coercive actors. Long-term, these deployments ripple across contingency planning for Taiwan and other flashpoints. Even modest formations, quietly deployed, can create strategic effects far larger than their size suggests, shaping adversary calculations, protecting alliance credibility, and embedding the Philippines at the center of U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. The Army Rotational Force, Philippines signals more than a temporary deployment. It marks enduring U.S. intent. The focus has shifted from symbolic exercises to operational readiness, with forces capable of responding to crises, supporting allies, and deterring aggression. For Manila, the message is clear. The Philippines is no longer a backwater ally. It sits on the front line of a regional balance of power struggle, hosting capabilities that quietly amplify deterrence without provoking overt conflict. In the end, the strategic takeaway is striking. Small formations, discreetly rotated, can have outsized consequences. Presence, integration, and capability combine to create a force multiplier effect, proving that in modern geopolitics, the quietest moves often leave the deepest imprint. What happens when the world's busiest trade highway turns into a naval chessboard? That's the question hanging heavy over Asia right now. In the latest jolt of breaking news, Chinese warships and Coast Guard vessels have surged back into contested waters of the South China Sea, shadowing U.S. naval activity and circling flashpoints like Scarborough Shoal. One regional security official summed it up bluntly: this is no longer signaling, this is positioning. And suddenly, Manila is on high alert, allies are dialing each other up, and the calm blue waters are starting to look dangerously crowded. Picture this for a second: a stretch of sea carrying nearly $3 trillion in global trade every year, now packed with destroyers, patrol ships, and combat aircraft flying too close for comfort. This isn't some distant maritime dispute. It's the route your fuel, food, electronics, and energy supplies travel through. Scarborough Shoal, just a short sail from the Philippine coast, has once again become ground zero, with China flexing power and the Philippines responding by tightening coordination with the United States and regional partners. One wrong move here doesn't just make headlines, it rewrites security equations. And that's why this moment hits different. This isn't about one patrol or one provocation, it's about who controls the rules of the sea. Beijing's deployments challenge freedom of navigation, test international law, and directly push back against U.S. presence in the Indo Pacific. For the Philippines, it's an uncomfortable reminder that sovereignty isn't abstract. It's defended in real time, under real pressure. The South China Sea is no longer simmering in the background. It's boiling, and the world is watching to see who blinks first. All right, let's set the stage properly because none of this is random, and none of it started yesterday. The South China Sea has been contested for decades, long before today's headlines and warship movements. China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan all lay overlapping claims to islands, reefs, and waters in this strategically priceless maritime zone. On paper, many of these claims are supposed to be governed by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which defines territorial waters, exclusive economic zones, and maritime rights. In reality, power politics often outweigh legal diagrams. What should be clear-cut lines on a map have turned into gray zones patrolled by coast guards, naval vessels, and surveillance aircraft.
What you see on the screen is a depiction of the South China Sea, and you see the red dashes around the perimeter of the South China Sea.
The tension exploded into legal warfare in 2016, when an international arbitral tribunal in The Hague delivered a landmark ruling in favor of the Philippines. The court decisively struck down China's sweeping 9-line claim, declaring it had no legal basis under UNCLOS. For Manila, the verdict was a diplomatic weapon, proof that international law was on its side. For Beijing, it was a red line. China rejected the ruling outright, calling it null and void, and has since acted as if it never existed. That legal standoff still defines today's confrontations. The Philippines cites the ruling in protests and speeches, while Chinese ships continue operating as if the map never changed. Layered on top of this is the constant presence of the United States Navy, which views the South China Sea not as a regional dispute, but as a global test case. Through regular freedom of navigation operations (FNOP), U.S. warships deliberately sail near contested features, including recent patrols close to Scarborough Shoal, to challenge what Washington calls excessive maritime claims. The message is old school but crystal clear: the seas stay open, no matter who tries to fence them off. As U.S. officials put it, these missions defend the right to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows. And every time an American ship shows up, Chinese vessels shadow it, turning the South China Sea into a high-stakes standoff where law, history, and raw power collide. Now here's where things get real, because this isn't just talk anymore, it's steel in the water and aircraft in the sky. Over the past few days, China has rolled out serious naval and air power into waters claimed by the Philippines. And the composition of these forces matters. Guided missile destroyers and frigates, not symbolic patrol boats, have been tracked operating close to sensitive areas, signaling high-end combat readiness rather than routine law enforcement presence. These platforms are built for air defense, anti-ship warfare, and long-range operations. Meaning, this deployment is designed to be seen, noted, and calculated by everyone watching the radar screens. Even more eye-catching is the aerial component. China has flown H-6 strategic bombers, aircraft capable of carrying YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missiles with an estimated strike range of up to 500 kilometers. That's not defensive posturing, that's a clear reminder of reach. From those distances, major naval formations, ports, and sea lanes fall well within potential engagement zones. In simple terms, Beijing is quietly saying, we can hit far, and we can hit fast. Officially, China's Southern Theater Command is playing it cool. The patrols are described as routine, while Manila is accused of colluding with external forces, diplomatic shorthand for working too closely with the United States and its allies. According to Beijing, these deployments are meant to preserve peace and stability. It's a familiar script: assert dominance, deny escalation, blame the other side. Old playbook, new hardware. At the core, China's stated objective remains unchanged. Beijing insists it is defending territorial sovereignty and responding to what it calls provocations by rival claimants and outside powers meddling in regional affairs. But the scale and sophistication of the forces involved tell a deeper story. This isn't just about protecting claims. It's about shaping behavior, intimidating opponents, and setting red lines in real time. In the South China Sea, China isn't asking for attention anymore. It's commanding it. Washington didn't waste time responding, and it responded the way it always has, by showing up, staying visible, and refusing to blink. The U.S. Navy has surged Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers alongside littoral combat ships into waters near disputed shoals, reinforcing what officials call a persistent presence in the South China Sea. These aren't ceremonial sail-bys. Arleigh Burkes are among the most capable surface combatants afloat, packed with Aegis air defense systems, cruise missiles, and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. Their deployment sends a quiet but unmistakable signal. The U.S. is prepared to operate in contested waters and stay there. At the heart of this posture is freedom of navigation operations, a doctrine Washington treats almost like sacred tradition. U.S. officials stress that these operations are fully consistent with international law and not aimed at any single country, even if everyone knows who's being challenged. One Pentagon spokesperson cut straight through the noise, stating that China's maritime claims do not deter us. In plain terms, the message is simple and old school. No nation gets to rewrite the rules of the sea by force. But beneath the tough talk lies a very real danger. The South China Sea has already seen near misses, aggressive shadowing, and even collisions between Chinese vessels during high-speed maneuvers. Add American warships, Chinese destroyers, bombers overhead, and Coast Guard vessels weaving between them, and the margin for error shrinks fast. A misjudged turn, a misread radar contact, or an overly aggressive intercept could trigger a crisis no one actually planned for. That's the uncomfortable truth of the current U.S. posture. Deterrence keeps the peace until it doesn't. And in these crowded waters, where pride, power, and patrol routes collide, escalation doesn't need intent. It only needs one bad moment. For Manila, this isn't theory or great power abstraction. This is happening right off its coast, and the response has been sharp, public, and deliberate. The Philippine government has moved quickly on the diplomatic front, issuing official protests and lodging firm representations with the Chinese embassy over both Beijing's rhetoric and its expanding maritime presence. Philippine officials have pushed back hard against accusations of collusion, stressing that defending sovereign rights is not provocation. In statements from Malacanang and the Department of Foreign Affairs, the message is consistent. China's actions are being challenged on record, in writing, and through international channels. No quiet acceptance, no silent retreat. At sea, the posture has tightened. The Philippine Navy and Philippine Coast Guard have stepped up patrols across the West Philippine Sea, keeping a closer watch on contested areas and maintaining presence near sensitive features. While Manila knows it cannot match China ship for ship, visibility itself has become a form of resistance. Each patrol shows the same point: These waters are not abandoned, and sovereignty isn't surrendered just because the other side is bigger. Diplomatically, the Philippines is also playing the long game. Coordination with the United States remains central, especially through joint exercises, intelligence sharing, and operational planning under existing defense agreements. At the same time, Manila continues engaging ASEAN partners, pushing for unity, consultations, and a rules-based approach to maritime security. It's a careful balancing act, strengthening alliances without triggering outright escalation. The Philippine response is quiet but firm, cautious but unmistakable. Manila isn't pounding the table, but it isn't backing down either. In a region where silence can be mistaken for consent, the Philippines is making one thing clear. It's present, it's watching, and it intends to stand its ground. What's unfolding in the South China Sea doesn't stay neatly boxed inside national borders, it ripples across the entire region. For ASEAN, these tensions are a stress test of unity. Some member states are deeply uneasy about being dragged into a confrontation between major powers, preferring quiet diplomacy and strategic ambiguity. Others, especially claimant states, are increasingly vocal about the need to push back against coercive behavior before it becomes the new normal. The result is a familiar Asian dilemma: consensus versus credibility. Every flare-up exposes how hard it is to speak with one voice when national interests, threat perceptions, and economic ties to China all pull in different directions. The economic stakes raise the temperature even further. The South China Sea isn't just geopolitically sensitive, it's economically indispensable. These waters carry critical shipping lanes and energy routes that feed East Asian manufacturing hubs, fuel markets, and consumer supply chains. Any serious disruption, whether from military standoffs or heightened insurance risks, would ripple straight into ports, prices, and production lines. For economies built on just-in-time trade, even short-term instability can translate into long-term uncertainty. Then there's the most immediate danger: maritime safety. The sea is getting crowded, and not just with warships. Military vessels, Coast Guard cutters, and maritime militia are operating in close quarters, often at high speed and under political pressure. Each aggressive maneuver, each shadowing incident, raises the odds of an accident, and in this environment, accidents don't stay accidents for long. One collision, one misread intention, and the region could find itself in an escalatory spiral no one planned for, but everyone would have to deal with. In short, the South China Sea is becoming more than a dispute zone, it's a regional fault line. And the longer tensions simmer, the harder it becomes for Asian, markets, and mariners alike to pretend this is business as usual. At the core of all this naval muscle flexing is a much quieter battlefield, international law, and that fight may be the most consequential of all. The legal backbone of the South China Sea disputes is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Under UNCLOS, coastal states are granted clearly defined maritime entitlements, including territorial seas and exclusive economic zones extending up to 200 nautical miles. This framework is what anchors the Philippines' legal position in the West Philippine Sea. Manila argues that its claims aren't based on power or history, but on codified international law that most of the world recognizes and follows. In theory, UNCLOS is supposed to remove ambiguity. In practice, it's become the very thing being contested. China, however, plays by a different script. Beijing asserts historical rights that it argues predate UNCLOS and justify its extensive presence and deployments across much of the South China Sea. This interpretation has been widely challenged, especially after the 2016 arbitral ruling, but China continues to treat these claims as non-negotiable. From Beijing's perspective, patrols, exercises, and ship deployments are not violations. They are enforcement of long-held sovereignty. Law, in this view, bends to history and power. The United States cuts straight across that argument. Washington insists that freedom of navigation and overflight are protected under UNCLOS norms and customary international law, regardless of competing sovereignty claims. That's the legal logic behind U.S. freedom of navigation operations. They are not about ownership of reefs or shoals, but about preventing any single state from turning international waters into restricted zones. Every FONOP is a legal statement made with a warship. And that's the real tension. One side sees law as fixed rules, the other treats it as flexible history. Until those visions align or one clearly prevails, the South China Sea will remain not just a military standoff, but a legal one, fought ship by ship, patrol by patrol. When you strip away the press statements and naval posturing, what's left is a tense strategic equation, and none of the outcomes are guaranteed to stay tidy. One possible path is de-escalation, driven by sustained diplomacy, military hotlines, and confidence-building measures. This is the scenario everyone publicly claims to want: fewer risky maneuvers, clearer communication, and a return to managed competition. But let's be real, de-escalation in the South China Sea doesn't mean ships go home. It means tensions are contained, not resolved, and restraint becomes a daily operational choice rather than a permanent fix. The more likely near-term scenario is a prolonged standoff. Persistent patrols, shadowing operations, and shows of force continue, but without major incidents. Friction becomes normalized. Each side learns the other's habits, thresholds, and red lines. This kind of frozen confrontation feels stable on the surface, but it's exhausting, expensive, and inherently fragile. One political crisis elsewhere or one aggressive captain at sea can shatter the balance overnight. The most dangerous scenario is escalation, and the scary part is that it wouldn't have to be intentional. An unintended collision, an aircraft intercept gone wrong, or a misinterpreted radar lock could trigger rapid military responses before diplomacy has time to catch up. In an environment thick with nationalism and alliance commitments, even a minor incident can spiral faster than leaders can control. Complicating all of this is the accelerating technological edge. Advanced missile platforms, long-range strike systems, real-time surveillance drones, and networked sensors are compressing decision-making timelines. Commanders now see more, track faster, and react quicker, which sounds stabilizing until it isn't. Speed reduces room for human judgment, and in contested waters, that can turn seconds into strategic consequences. Bottom line, the South China Sea isn't drifting toward resolution, it's hardening into a test of endurance, discipline, and crisis management. The danger isn't war by design, it's war by miscalculation, and history tells us that's often how the worst ones start. Zoom out for a second, and it's obvious the South China Sea isn't just about reefs and shoals anymore, it's a front line in the US. China strategic rivalry. Every patrol, every statement, every joint exercise feeds into a much larger contest over influence, credibility, and leadership in the Indo Pacific. For Washington, presence equals commitment to allies, to international law, to an open maritime order. For Beijing, pushing back is about reshaping that order and proving it can no longer be dictated from outside the region. The result? Alliances are tightening, defense cooperation is deepening, and neutral ground is getting harder to find. Multilateral diplomacy is supposed to be the pressure valve, but progress has been painfully slow. UN platforms and related mechanisms offer space for dialogue, confidence building, and rule setting. Yet consensus remains elusive. Competing interests, economic dependencies, and strategic caution keep outcomes watered down. The long-discussed code of conduct in the South China Sea, for example, moves forward inch by inch, always discussed, never quite delivered. Still, these forums matter. In a crisis-prone environment, even slow diplomacy is better than silence. That's why dialogue, however imperfect, remains essential. Military deterrence may prevent immediate conflict, but only sustained diplomatic engagement and respect for international norms can prevent long-term instability. Hotlines, maritime communication protocols, and regular consultations don't solve sovereignty disputes, but they can stop misunderstandings from turning into flashpoints. In a region this tense, talking is not weakness, it's damage control. What we're witnessing now is a clear escalation in geopolitical intensity. China's expanded naval deployments, the United States' firm maritime posture, and the Philippines' heightened state of alert all point to a South China Sea that is more contested, more crowded, and more consequential than ever. This isn't a temporary spike, it's a new normal taking shape in real time. The risks are obvious and serious. Military operations intersect with strategic rivalry and unresolved legal claims, creating a volatile mix where miscalculation could carry regional, even global consequences. Trade routes, energy flows, alliance credibility, and international law are all on the line. When great power competition plays out at sea, the margin for error is dangerously thin. The path forward is narrow but clear. Stronger diplomacy, greater transparency, and consistent adherence to lawful maritime conduct are no longer optional. They're essential. The South China Sea has always been a crossroads of commerce and culture. Whether it becomes a corridor of cooperation or a theater of confrontation depends on the choices being made right now, while the ships are still maneuvering and the lines are not yet crossed.
Ready!
Here we go!
What does it mean when a country does not host permanent foreign bases, yet suddenly opens 9 strategic doors to the world's most powerful military? And more importantly, why now? In early 2023, Manila and Washington quietly crossed a threshold that had been avoided for decades. 4 new locations were added under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, lifting U.S. access from 5 to 9 Philippine sites. No fanfare, no base building ceremonies, just a map that suddenly looked very different and far more consequential. Picture the geography for a second. Northern Luzon sits within reach of the Taiwan Strait. Palawan faces the South China Sea head-on. These are not abstract points on a strategist's slide. They are fishing grounds, runways, coastal towns, and supply routes that Filipinos live with every day. When access was extended to Naval Base Camilo Osias, Lalo Airport, Camp Melchor de la Cruz, and Balabac Island, the message was not theoretical. It was geographic. These sites sit astride the corridors through which any Taiwan contingency or South China Sea crisis would inevitably flow. To understand the weight of this move, comparison matters. Japan hosts large, permanent U.S. bases, fixed, visible, and politically entrenched. South Korea does the same, anchored by the Korean Peninsula's unresolved war. Australia, by contrast, favors rotational access and logistics hubs spread across vast distances. The Philippines has chosen a fourth model: strategic access without permanent basing. No flags lowered, no sovereignty ceded.
Left or right lateral limit is your individual target.
So yung lateral limit, yung...
Yet in practical terms, the United States can now pre-position equipment, rotate forces, and operate from locations that sit closer to potential flashpoints than almost any other allied territory.
This is not a sudden pivot pulled from thin air. It rests on a long memory. The 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty established the alliance when Asia was still reeling from World War II. EDCA, signed in 2014, modernized that framework for an era of gray zone coercion, missile ranges, and maritime pressure. What changed in 2023 was urgency. China's activities in the West Philippine Sea intensified. Taiwan's security calculus hardened, and Manila reached a sober conclusion shared quietly across Southeast Asia. Geography does not allow neutrality on paper,
to function in practice. At its core, this expansion is less about America coming back, and more about the Philippines deciding where it stands in an increasingly crowded Indo-Pacific chessboard. These sites are not just runways and ports. They are signals to allies seeking reassurance, to competitors testing limits, and to Filipinos themselves, weighing security against history. The question now is no longer why the doors were opened. It is how this new posture reshapes deterrence, diplomacy, and daily life along the region's most contested waters. The U.S.-Philippines alliance is not a sudden convenience. It is a relationship shaped by memory, sacrifice, and shared threat perception. In 1951, with Asia still recovering from World War II and the Cold War hardening, Manila and Washington signed the Mutual Defense Treaty. For decades, that treaty was not just ink on paper, it was a reality. American aircraft took off daily from Clark Air Base, and U.S. naval power flowed through Subic Bay, once the largest American overseas base in the world. These installations brought security, jobs, and a visible U.S. footprint, but they also carried political weight and historical baggage tied to colonial memory and national pride. By the early 1990s, the mood had changed. The Cold War was ending, Mount Pinatubo had devastated Clark, and Filipinos were asking hard questions about sovereignty and self-reliance. When the Philippine Senate voted against renewing base leases in 1991, it was not an anti-American moment. It was a declaration of independence in strategic terms. The closures in 1992 marked a psychological turning point. The alliance would continue, but on new terms, shaped more by Filipino consent than Cold War necessity. What followed was not a divorce, but a quieter, more deliberate partnership. Without permanent bases, cooperation had to adapt. The Visiting Forces Agreement restored the legal foundation for joint exercises, disaster response, and counterterrorism operations, allowing U.S. troops to come and go, but never stay. It was a model built on presence without permanence, familiarity without occupation. That logic deepened with the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. EDCA reflected a new reality. Threats no longer came as massed armies, but as maritime coercion, gray zone pressure, and rapid crises. Instead of bases flying foreign flags, the agreement focused on rotational access, pre-positioned equipment, and joint infrastructure inside Philippine camps. In human terms, it was a compromise, maintaining alliance credibility while respecting the hard-won lesson of the 1990s. Filipinos want partners, not landlords.
This is a JP, all right? This equipment is ready to go.
This evolution explains why today's EDCA expansion feels both dramatic and familiar. It is not a return to the past, nor a break from it. It is the alliance, reshaped by history, geography, and a shared understanding that in the Indo-Pacific, distance is shrinking, and time to react is measured in hours, not decades. At its core, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement is a workaround shaped by history. After the Philippines shut down permanent U.S. bases in the 1990s, both sides needed a way to keep the alliance credible without reopening old wounds. EDCA does exactly that. It allows U.S. forces to rotate in and out, bring equipment when needed, and help fund upgrades inside Philippine military facilities, while ownership, command, and ultimate control remain firmly with Manila. No foreign flags, no permanent barracks, no transfer of sovereignty. In practical terms, it is access without occupation, presence without permanence. What makes EDCA politically survivable in the Philippines is what it explicitly forbids: permanent U.S. bases. Every activity happens inside Philippine camps, under Philippine authority.
That distinction may sound technical, but domestically it matters a lot. It is the difference between partnership and dependency, between cooperation and control. When EDCA was first implemented, 5 sites were selected, not randomly, but because they quietly reflected the Philippines' real security needs. Basa Air Base anchors air defense near Metro Manila. Fort Magsaysay, the country's largest military reservation, supports large-scale ground and joint exercises. Lumbia Airport strengthens its reach into Mindanao, long shaped by counterterrorism and disaster response. Antonio Bautista Air Base faces the West Philippine Sea directly, while Mactan Benito Ebuan Air Base serves as a central logistics and air mobility hub. These sites told a story even back then. EDCA was not about one enemy or one scenario. It was about flexibility, covering Luzon, the Visayas, Mindanao, and the country's most exposed maritime flank. EDCA is often misunderstood as a war-fighting agreement alone. In reality, its scope is broader and more human. One pillar is interoperability, making sure Filipino and American forces can actually operate together in real crises, not just on paper. Another is humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, a critical need in one of the world's most disaster-prone countries, where typhoons arrive more reliably than geopolitics. At the same time, EDCA quietly fixes things militaries need but rarely talk about publicly: longer runways, hardened hangars, fuel storage, and logistics nodes. These upgrades serve Philippine forces first, but they also ensure that if a regional crisis erupts, at sea or in the air, response time is measured in hours, not weeks. Seen this way, EDCA is less about preparing for war and more about not being caught unprepared. It reflects a shared judgment by Manila and Washington that in today's Indo-Pacific, deterrence, disaster response, and credibility all start with one basic question: can you move fast enough when it matters? In February 2023,
what better example of that Filipino nobility of spirit could there be than what was once again demonstrated in the last worldwide crisis, where our men and women rose to the challenge of facing an unseen enemy, a new global challenge.
President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed off on 4 additional EDCA locations, and the timing mattered. This was not a routine bureaucratic update. It came as pressure mounted in the South China Sea. Military flights around Taiwan increased, and regional planners began asking uncomfortable questions about response time. The rationale was simple and sober. Geography leaves little margin for delay. By widening access points, the Philippines reduced its strategic blind spots and signaled that deterrence starts with being in the right place before a crisis breaks out.
Located at the northern tip of Luzon, Naval Base Camilo Osias looks directly toward Taiwan across the Luzon Strait. This is not symbolic positioning, it is operational reality. Any air or naval movement between the Pacific and the South China Sea passes nearby. Access here shortens reaction time and strengthens maritime awareness in a corridor planners quietly describe as unavoidable in a Taiwan contingency. Lalo Airport adds air mobility to the northern equation. Its value lies in speed, the ability to move personnel, equipment, and relief supplies quickly into northern Luzon. In military terms, it supports rapid deployment. In civilian terms, it doubles as a lifeline when disasters hit a region often exposed to typhoons. Dual use is not an afterthought here, it is the point. Set inland in northeastern Luzon, Camp Melchor de la Cruz anchors the eastern defense posture. It provides depth, space to stage, train, and sustain operations away from the coast. Strategically, it connects northern access points with central Luzon, ensuring that defense planning is not compressed into a narrow coastal strip. Perhaps the most geopolitically sensitive site, Balabac Island sits near some of the South China Sea's most contested waters and critical sea lanes. Control of awareness here matters not just for military operations, but for trade routes that carry energy and goods across Southeast Asia. From Balabac, the map stops being abstract and starts looking like daily reality for fishermen, patrol crews, and shipping traffic. These 4 sites tell a clear story. They are not clustered, not redundant, and not accidental. They form a quiet arc, from Taiwan-facing waters in the north to contested sea lanes in the west, designed to give the Philippines and its allies options instead of ultimatums. In today's Indo-Pacific, that flexibility is not escalation, it is insurance. At the strategic level, EDCA is less about troop numbers and more about signaling. By dispersing access across multiple locations, the alliance complicates adversary planning at a time of rising pressure in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. Deterrence today is conveyed through positioning and readiness, not rhetoric. The intent, repeatedly emphasized by U.S. officials, is prevention, discouraging crises before they erupt, rather than responding after lives are already at risk. EDCA's impact is most visible during joint exercises. Drills such as Balakatan now use EDCA sites to practice amphibious, air assault, coastal defense, and rapid logistics operations. Filipino and U.S. forces train as integrated units, building habits and trust under realistic conditions. Infrastructure is the quiet backbone of the agreement. By the end of FY 2023, the United States had planned over $100 million in upgrades across EDCA locations, runways, fuel storage, hardened facilities, and logistics hubs. These improvements remain with the armed forces of the Philippines and deliver civilian benefits as well, from local jobs to faster disaster response. A runway built for military transport is the same runway that receives relief aircraft after typhoons. Equally important is what EDCA is not. There are no permanent U.S. bases, no exclusive zones, and no foreign command. Forces rotate, equipment moves, and sovereignty stays with Manila. Officials on both sides consistently stress this point because it goes to the core of national dignity. As briefings often state, these are Philippine bases, first and last. Inside the Philippines, EDCA has never been a purely military discussion. It is a deeply emotional one. Supporters within the defense establishment argue that access agreements are a practical response to a harsher security environment, not a surrender of sovereignty. Critics, however, see a familiar risk: entanglement in conflicts that Filipinos did not choose, particularly scenarios involving Taiwan or great power rivalry. Civil society groups and activists have called for stronger legislative oversight and broader public debate, reflecting a national instinct shaped by history. Alliances are acceptable, but only when autonomy is visibly protected. This tension is not weakness. It is a democracy negotiating its own red lines. For Manila, the alliance with the United States is not just about deterrence. It is about catching up. The armed forces of the Philippines have long faced capability gaps compared to regional peers, especially in air defense, maritime awareness, and joint operations. Deeper engagement brings exposure to advanced training, modern logistics standards, and operational planning that would take decades to develop alone. For many policymakers, EDCA is less about choosing sides and more about ensuring the country is not strategically naked in an unforgiving neighborhood. From Washington's perspective, the EDCA expansion fits squarely within its broader Indo-Pacific strategy: deter coercion, uphold maritime norms,
and reassure allies that U.S. commitments are not seasonal. Beijing's reaction has been consistent and sharp. Chinese officials have criticized EDCA expansions as containment under another name, warning that they risk militarizing the region and undermining peace. State media has framed the sites as potential triggers in a crisis, even as Manila and Washington stress their defensive and humanitarian purpose. The contrast highlights a deeper divide. While China views expanded access through a zero-sum lens, the Philippines frames it as insurance against uncertainty, not preparation for confrontation. Across Southeast Asia, reactions have been quieter but no less attentive. Fellow ASEAN members are watching closely, aware that what happens in the Philippines could shape norms for the entire region. Many governments share the same balancing instinct: maintain economic ties with China, preserve security cooperation with the United States, and avoid being forced into binary choices. Publicly, the emphasis remains on peace, stability, and freedom of navigation, language that reflects both caution and realism. Beyond Southeast Asia, the EDCA expansion has reassured other U.S. allies. Partners such as Japan, South Korea, and Australia see the move as confirmation that alliance networks in Asia are tightening, not fraying. In a region where credibility is measured by presence, EDCA sends a quiet but unmistakable message. Coordination is deepening, not retreating. For ordinary Filipinos, EDCA's most immediate relevance may have nothing to do with war. The country sits squarely in the path of typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanic activity. EDCA sites provide staging grounds for rapid humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Airfields that can receive heavy-lift aircraft, storage for emergency supplies, and logistics hubs that cut response times when hours matter. In past disasters, delays cost lives. Planners see EDCA as a way to make "never again" more than a slogan.
If I can, up on top of these hills, around 600 meters.
Beyond national borders, these sites enhance cooperation in search and rescue, environmental response, and regional emergency coordination. Oil spills, maritime accidents, and large-scale evacuations do not respect sovereignty lines. EDCA's dual-use nature allows military coordination to support civilian outcomes, quietly reinforcing stability without escalation. Despite official assurances, concerns persist at the local level. Some community leaders worry that foreign troop rotations could bring security risks, political backlash, or make their areas symbolic targets. Even when sovereignty is legally intact, perception matters. Managing local consent remains one of EDCA's most delicate challenges. Sites near Taiwan and contested maritime zones inevitably attract scrutiny. Critics argue that proximity itself creates risk, that in a major power confrontation, geography could pull the Philippines into events beyond its control. Supporters counter that absence of preparation would be even more dangerous. This debate cuts to the heart of national strategy, whether distance or readiness offers greater safety. Perhaps the hardest task is diplomatic. China remains one of the Philippines' largest trading partners and an unavoidable economic actor. Manila must walk a narrow path, deepening security ties with Washington while keeping channels with Beijing functional. EDCA does not eliminate this balancing act, it sharpens it. The addition of 4 new EDCA sites marks a decisive moment in the U.S.-Philippines defense cooperation. It strengthens deterrence, improves preparedness, and expands the alliance's ability to respond to both security crises and natural disasters. As great power competition continues to shape the Indo-Pacific, EDCA will remain central to how the Philippines protects itself without surrendering autonomy. The agreement is no longer just a legal framework. It is a living test of alliance management in a contested region. Ultimately, EDCA tells a broader story. Long-standing alliances do not stay frozen in time, they adapt. In the Philippines case, that adaptation blends strategic realism with historical memory, seeking protection without submission, partnership without permanence, and stability in a region where uncertainty is the only constant.
If you liked the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues. How could a piece of land smaller than a city park drag two treaty allies and a rising superpower into constant strategic calculation? That question defines Thitu Island, known in the Philippines as Pagasa. At just 37 hectares, with a short runway and a small civilian community, it should barely register on a map. Instead, it has become one of the most closely watched places in the South China Sea. Chinese Coast Guard ships now routinely press in close, using water cannons, blocking maneuvers, and ramming tactics, incidents that spark protests not only from Manila, but increasingly from Washington. What makes Thitu matter is not its size, but its people. Unlike artificial reefs elsewhere in the Spratlys, Thitu is home to families, teachers, fishermen, children, living under a national flag. That human presence changes everything. Harassing an empty reef is one thing. Doing so within sight of homes and a working airstrip is another. For the US-Philippines alliance, credibility is no longer tested on abstract lines at sea, but in the safety of civilians under Allied administration. In this way, Thitu resembles Japan's remote islands near China, or Taiwan's offshore holdings, small, exposed, and symbolically heavy. These places show how presence, not firepower, anchors deterrence. Thitu fits that pattern, except it sits in a region where gray zone pressure is being normalized as everyday governance. That is why Thitu now weighs so heavily on alliance planning. It forces uncomfortable questions. How much pressure is too much? How to deter without escalation? And how to protect ordinary lives without turning them into military targets. Thitu's lesson is simple and unsettling. Today, strategic consequence is not measured by size, but by who stays. Geography sets the stakes before politics ever enters the room. Thitu Island sits in the heart of the Spratly Islands, roughly 277 kilometers west of Palawan. That distance matters. It places Thitu well inside the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, as defined by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. On paper, the legal geography is straightforward. At sea, however, proximity turns clarity into contestation. Thitu is also one of the very few Spratly features with a permanent civilian population, around 200 to 300 residents, making it not just a military outpost, but a living space. That single fact raises the political temperature of every encounter nearby, because coercion around Thitu is never purely abstract. History explains why the island carries weight far beyond its size. The Philippines has administered Thitu since the 1970s as part of the Calayan Island Group, establishing governance, habitation, and routine resupply long before today's surge in gray zone pressure. Yet Thitu is also claimed by China, Vietnam, and Taiwan, placing it squarely inside one of the most crowded sovereignty disputes on the planet.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads, and Manila is sensibly, I think, being careful not to flaunt its legal victory.
The legal picture sharpened in 2016 when the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruled that China has no lawful basis to claim historic rights within the so-called 9-dash line. The ruling clarified the law. It did not compel compliance. Beijing's rejection of the decision highlights the central tension of the South China Sea. Legal certainty exists, but enforcement power is uneven. Today's reality on Thitu is defined by presence under pressure. The island hosts a small detachment of Philippine Marines, a Philippine Coast Guard element, an airstrip, a pier, basic radar coverage, and limited but growing civilian infrastructure. These are not symbols of militarization. They are instruments of persistence. Yet from 2023 to 2024, that persistence was repeatedly tested. Swarms of 70 to 100 Chinese maritime militia vessels maneuvered near the island.
China's Coast Guard mission number 41559. This is in an over 3002.
Water cannon incidents damaged Philippine resupply boats. Close-in maneuvers compressed reaction times and raised collision risks. Each incident stayed below the threshold of open conflict, and that is precisely the point. What followed mattered just as much as what happened at sea. Statements from Washington reaffirmed that attacks on Philippine public vessels would trigger obligations under the Mutual Defense Treaty. For Manila, this validation reinforces deterrence. For Beijing, it clarifies that pressure on Thitu is no longer a purely bilateral issue. And for the region, it confirms that Thitu Island has become a measuring stick, a place where law, geography, civilians, and alliance credibility collide in real time. Thitu matters because it sits at a quiet crossroads of geography, trade, and power. The waters around the island lie next to sea lanes, carrying roughly $3 to $5 trillion in global trade each year. What's at stake isn't blocking ships, but shaping behavior through presence. A permanently inhabited island like Thitu challenges the idea that the central Spratlys are already settled and uncontested. Geopolitically, Thitu stands out because it is still lived on and administered by the Philippines. While China has fortified several nearby features, Thitu remains a visible reminder that sovereignty is maintained through continuity, regular resupply, civilian life, and daily governance. For the US-Philippines alliance, it has become a credibility marker. If pressure succeeds here, it sends a message far beyond one island. Militarily, Thitu is valuable not for firepower, but for awareness. It functions as a forward lookout, helping monitor movements around nearby Chinese outposts such as Subi, Mischief, and Fiery Cross Reefs. In gray zone competition, seeing early and responding calmly matters more than deploying heavy weapons. Thitu is less a base than a sensor, small, exposed, but hard to replace. The human and economic stakes make this tangible. Surrounding waters support fishing communities and sit near Reed Bank, a key area for future energy security. Disruption here affects livelihoods, food prices, and national resilience. For Manila, protecting access means protecting people. For Washington, it explains why alliance commitments now focus as much on lawful economic activity as on military deterrence. In the end, Thitu's importance is not abstract. It is felt in routines, resupply runs, patrols, families staying put. In the South China Sea, control is rarely decided by battles. It is decided by who can remain, observe, and endure. That is why losing ground at Thitu would not look like defeat, but it would feel like something slowly slipping away. The importance of Thitu becomes clearest when viewed through the architecture of the US-Philippines alliance itself.
Next day in Washington, a first step is taken in the direction demanded by Dewey as the United States and the Philippines sign a mutual defense treaty.
The partnership rests on long-standing foundations:
the Mutual Defense Treaty signed in 1951, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement concluded in 2014 and expanded in 2023 to 9 sites, and the steady evolution of large-scale exercises such as Balikatan, now regularly involving Japan and Australia. On paper, these frameworks are broad and region-wide. In practice, they are stress-tested in specific places. THIT-2 is one of those places. THIT-2 has effectively become an alliance test case rather than a hypothetical scenario. When U.S. officials state that an armed attack on Philippine public vessels, aircraft, or armed forces anywhere in the South China Sea would trigger MDT obligations, as repeatedly emphasized by Antony Blinken, they are not speaking in the abstract. Incidents around THIT-2 give that commitment operational meaning. Water cannon attacks, blocking maneuvers, and close-in harassment of Philippine vessels occur in real time, under cameras and civilian visibility. Each event forces alliance planners to ask not if the treaty applies, but how it would be implemented short of war. That is a fundamentally different planning problem than Cold War-era contingencies. For Beijing, THIT-2 is a pressure point precisely because it sits below the threshold of escalation. Chinese gray zone tactics, maritime militia swarms, Coast Guard intimidation, and calibrated force are designed to probe alliance resolve without providing a clean trigger for military response. The logic is incremental. Normalize pressure, raise costs for the Philippines, and observe whether U.S. backing remains firm. THIT-2's civilian population and routine resupply missions make this pressure especially visible, turning every encounter into a live demonstration of alliance credibility. The response has been deterrence through behavior, not slogans. Joint U.S.-Philippines patrols, trilateral activities with Japan, and the growing visibility of allied exercises near contested waters all serve as countersignals. They do not announce red lines. They reinforce patterns. Presence becomes the message. The alliance shows up, operates together, and sustains routine cooperation in contested space. Over time, this behavioral deterrence complicates gray zone strategies by denying easy gains without forcing dramatic escalation. In this sense, THIT-2 Island has reshaped how the alliance thinks about deterrence itself. It is no longer centered on singular crises or major battles, but on endurance, who can maintain lawful presence, protect civilians, and keep commitments credible day after day. THIT-2 does not just sit within the U.S.-Philippines alliance framework. It actively shapes how that framework is tested, interpreted, and proven in the South China Sea.
THIT-2 has forced Manila into a balancing act that is as political as it is operational. On one hand, sovereignty remains a deeply sensitive issue in the Philippines, rooted in history, constitutional limits on foreign forces, and strong nationalist sentiment. On the other hand, the reality of sustained pressure around THIT-2 Island has made it clear that presence without protection is not a strategy. Philippine security thinking has therefore shifted toward a pragmatic middle ground, asserting national control visibly while quietly tightening alliance coordination. The emphasis is not on inviting permanent foreign bases to THIT-2, but on ensuring that Philippine forces operating there are never isolated. Operationally, this pressure has driven a noticeable recalibration. Manila has placed growing emphasis on modernizing the Philippine Coast Guard, recognizing that gray zone challenges are best answered by law enforcement-led responses rather than naval escalation. Resupply operations, once conducted largely by civilian chartered vessels, are now routinely escorted by Coast Guard ships, reducing vulnerability to harassment and signaling state authority without crossing military red lines. Surveillance drones, radar integration, and improved ISR links with the armed forces of the Philippines have further tightened situational awareness around the island. The goal is speed and clarity. See early, respond calmly, document everything. These shifts are not cosmetic. They are adaptations learned in contact.
Close encounters with Chinese maritime forces demonstrated that ambiguity invited pressure. By professionalizing escorts and standardizing procedures, the Philippines has narrowed the space for coercion while keeping responses proportional. This approach aligns with Manila's broader doctrine: deterrence through persistence, not provocation. What happens around Thitu does not stay around Thitu. The pressure applied near Thitu Island mirrors the wider logic of US-China strategic competition across the Indo-Pacific. At its core is a clash between two organizing principles: presence versus denial, law versus power. Washington frames its involvement as support for an ally operating lawfully within its maritime entitlements. Beijing, by contrast, consistently portrays US engagement as external interference, arguing that regional disputes should be settled without outside actors. Thitu exposes the weakness of that argument. The island is not a hypothetical claim. It is administered, inhabited, and resupplied. Its defense therefore becomes less about interference and more about whether power can erase lawful presence through sustained pressure. This dynamic carries direct implications for freedom of navigation and international law. Regular resupply missions, patrols, and diplomatic responses tied to Thitu reinforce the relevance of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea in practice, not just principle. Each successful escort and documented incident challenges the creeping normalization of coercion as an accepted tool of maritime governance. The danger is subtle. If water cannons, ramming, and intimidation become routine and unanswered, they quietly rewrite behavior at sea without ever changing the law on paper. Thitu has become one of the places where that normalization is actively contested. Across Southeast Asia, the island is watched more closely than publicly acknowledged. ASEAN states remain cautious, wary of being pulled into great power rivalry, yet deeply attentive to precedents. Thitu is often referenced implicitly rather than by name in discussions around a South China Sea Code of Conduct. It serves as a barometer. If pressure succeeds here without consequence, smaller claimants draw lessons. If lawful presence holds, it strengthens confidence that rules still matter. In that sense, Thitu influences regional stability not through speeches, but through outcomes.
Sa tingin ko po safe sila because no right-thinking nation will attack civilians. Kailangan po natin ng civilian dito because this is for them. This is not just purely for military purposes.
The same factors that make Thitu strategically valuable also make it fragile. Close quarters encounters between Philippine and Chinese vessels compress decision-making time and elevate the risk of miscalculation. A collision, an injury, or a misinterpreted maneuver could rapidly escalate, especially given the shadow of treaty obligations under the Mutual Defense Treaty. The alliance deters aggression, but it also raises the stakes of any serious incident, turning tactical mistakes into strategic crises. Logistics compound these risks. Thitu's remoteness makes resupply inherently vulnerable to weather disruptions and harassment. Limited infrastructure constrains surge capacity during crises, while harsh maritime conditions test both equipment and personnel. Every delay matters. Every damaged vessel becomes a strategic signal. These realities explain why Manila has focused so heavily on escort protocols and redundancy rather than dramatic force deployments. Political constraints further narrow the margin for error. The Philippines must manage a complex diplomatic balance, sustaining alliance credibility with the United States while avoiding a complete rupture with China, asserting rights without fracturing ASEAN unity. Overreaction risks escalation and regional division. Underreaction risks normalization of pressure. Thitu sits precisely in that narrow corridor where restraint and resolve must coexist.
For the Philippines, resilience should remain the guiding principle. Continued investment in dual-use infrastructure, airstrips, piers, communications, strengthens sustainability without overt militarization. Regularized Coast Guard-led resupply escorts should be institutionalized as standard operating procedure, not ad hoc responses. At the diplomatic level, consistent legal messaging anchored in UNCLOS keeps incidents framed as violations of law, not clashes of power. For the United States, support should stay visible but measured. Deepening ISR cooperation, intelligence sharing, and non-lethal assistance directly enhances Philippine capacity while preserving Manila's lead role. Rotational presence, rather than permanent basing, aligns deterrence with regional sensitivities. Just as important, deterrence must be paired with crisis management mechanisms, clear channels, de-escalation protocols, and disciplined signaling to prevent accidents from spiraling. Jointly, the alliance can widen the aperture, expanding maritime domain awareness networks, establishing shared incident response playbooks, and integrating humanitarian and environmental cooperation reduce escalation risks while broadening legitimacy. These steps reinforce the idea that stability, not dominance, is the objective, and that lawful presence benefits the region as a whole. Thitu Island's strategic relevance far exceeds its physical size. It has become central to alliance credibility, deterrence dynamics, and the lived contest between rules and pressure in the South China Sea. At Pag-asa, geography, law, alliance politics, and gray zone competition converge in real time. The island shows how modern conflict is shaped long before shots are fired, through presence, persistence, and perception. Looking ahead, Thitu will remain a litmus test, not just for U.S.-Philippines resolve, but for crisis management, regional stability, and the future of the rules-based maritime order itself. As Indo-Pacific competition intensifies, the question Thitu poses will only grow sharper. When law and pressure collide, which one holds? If you liked the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
The Philippines and the United States.
The Philippines and the United States.
The Philippines and the U.S.
The Philippines and the U.S. The U.S. and the Philippines.
The United States and the Philippines.
In a region already on edge from the rising tension in the South China Sea to China's creeping military muscle, the United States and the Philippines just made a bold move. They've approved more than 500 joint military activities for 2026, the most ambitious defense cooperation in our history, and a clear message that Manila and Washington are shoulder to shoulder in the face of rising threats. The big announcement came out of Hawaii, where Philippine Chief of Staff General Romeo Brawner and U.S. Indo-Pacific Commander Admiral Samuel Paparo signed the 8-star memo, locking in an unprecedented number of drills, ranging from massive war games to cyber defense, special operations, and maritime patrols. To understand how we reached this point, we need to look back at the foundation of the alliance itself, anchored in the 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty, reinforced by the Visiting Forces Agreement of 1998, and supercharged by the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement of 2014. These agreements created the legal and operational backbone that makes today's expansion possible. And if the number 500 sounds abstract, look no further than the case studies. Balikatan, now Southeast Asia's largest combat rehearsal, has grown into a full battle test, simulating the defense of key maritime terrain near Taiwan and the West Philippine Sea. Maritime cooperative activities, meanwhile, have already proven their worth, forcing the Chinese Coast Guard and Navy to literally change their behavior whenever Allied patrols appear. So what does it all mean in real terms? The immediate impact is deterrence, a stronger, united front committed to freedom of navigation and a rules-based international order. For the Philippines, it accelerates modernization, backed by more than $1.14 billion in U.S. military assistance since 2015 and a 15-year, $40 billion defense program. And for the wider region, it signals the rise of mini-lateralism,
alliances that now include partners like Australia, Japan, and Canada, building a network to counter Beijing's influence. And so we bring it full circle. What began as a modest alliance of convenience is now a strategic declaration of strength, one built on treaties, tested in drills, and sharpened by urgency. It is preparation, yes, but also presence. It is power, but also responsibility. And it may well shape the future of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. The announcement itself came straight out of Hawaii during the Mutual Defense Board's Security Engagement Board meeting, where the Philippines and the United States meet every year to decide the future of their military partnership. But this time was different. This time, it wasn't just another round of coordination. It was historic. Philippine Armed Forces Chief of Staff General Romeo Brawner Jr. and U.S. Indo-Pacific Commander Admiral Samuel Paparow sat down, signed the 8-star memo, and revealed the figure that stunned many. More than 500 joint military activities approved for 2026. To put that in perspective, that's the highest number of cooperative drills, trainings, and exchanges ever lined up between the two allies. It's not just a step up from previous years, it's a leap, one that signals a much deeper and much stronger defense alliance at a time when the South China Sea is growing more dangerous by the day. So what do these 500 activities actually include? They cover the full spectrum of military readiness. At the top of the list is the annual Balikatan exercise, literally translated as shoulder to shoulder, which has evolved from a symbolic gesture of friendship into the single biggest combat rehearsal in Southeast Asia. This isn't just soldiers marching or ships patrolling anymore. It's full-scale battle tests, simulating real war conditions. We're talking amphibious assaults, live fire drills, and combined arms operations on land, sea, air, and even cyberspace. It's also about cutting-edge technology, the MS's anti-ship missile system, capable of striking warships over the horizon, and the HIMARS rocket launchers, famous for their precision and mobility. These systems aren't just for show. They demonstrate to any rival that U.S. and Philippine forces can integrate advanced weapons and fight as one. Alongside Balikatan are countless other engagements, naval patrols, tactical air drills, humanitarian and disaster response exercises, and subject matter expert exchanges in fields like cyber defense, logistics, and maritime domain awareness. In short, it's a military playbook designed to cover every possible scenario, from natural disasters to full-blown conflict.
And why now? The strategic rationale is simple, but powerful. Both Manila and Washington have been watching the rising sea tensions with increasing alarm. China's Coast Guard and maritime militia are pressing harder in the West Philippine Sea, while its Navy continues to project power across the Indo-Pacific. By expanding the alliance to over 500 activities, the U.S. and the Philippines are sending a message. We're not standing by, we're preparing. Every exercise, every drill, every patrol adds to deterrence, making it harder for adversaries to escalate without consequences. As officials describe it, the goal is to achieve peace through strength. That phrase may sound old-fashioned, but in today's Indo-Pacific, it's the core of strategy. A Philippines backed by a U.S. alliance network, armed with training, tech, and interoperability, becomes far harder to intimidate. This isn't just about practicing together, it's about building a shield that protects sovereignty, ensures freedom of navigation, and keeps the region stable.
Next day in Washington, a first step is taken in the direction demanded by Dewey as the United States and the Philippines sign a mutual defense treaty. Secretary Acheson signs, followed by Filipino Foreign Secretary Carlos Romulo.
To understand how we reached today's unprecedented level of cooperation, we need to look back at the foundation of the U.S.-Philippines alliance. It all started in 1951 with the signing of the Mutual Defense Treaty, the cornerstone agreement that binds both nations to come to each other's aid if either one is attacked. It was born in the early Cold War, when Asia was already a battleground of influence, but its words still carry force today. For decades, American leaders have reaffirmed this commitment, none more powerfully than former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who declared, "The United States will always be in the corner of the Philippines. We will always stand and fight with you to achieve the future we seek." That wasn't just rhetoric, It was a promise that continues to shape strategy in the Indo-Pacific.
But treaties alone don't keep alliances alive. They need mechanisms, updates, and flexibility to meet the challenges of each era. That's where agreements like the Visiting Forces Agreement, VFA, signed in 1998 come in. The VFA created the legal framework that allows U.S. troops to operate in the Philippines for training and exercises, while also granting them specific protections under Philippine law. Then, in 2014, the alliance took another leap forward with the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA. EDCA allows U.S. forces rotational access to agreed-upon Philippine military bases, bringing not just personnel but also logistics, aircraft, and advanced equipment closer to the front line of regional tensions. Under President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., EDCA has expanded even further. New sites have been added, including critical locations near Taiwan and the South China Sea, areas that sit at the heart of today's strategic flashpoints. And it's not just access, it's investment. The United States has already allocated more than $82 million to build infrastructure at these sites, turning them into hubs of cooperation, readiness, and deterrence. Taken together, the MDT, the VFA, and EDCA form the legal and operational backbone of the alliance. They are the scaffolding that supports those 500 joint military activities planned for 2026. They are the agreements that transform words into action, promises into presence, and friendship into firepower. Without them, the drills, the bases, and the deployments we see today would not even be possible. With them, the Philippines and the United States are bound together not just by history, but by law, by infrastructure, and by a shared vision of defending sovereignty and securing peace in the Indo-Pacific. If the approval of 500 joint activities sounds abstract, let's ground it in real examples, because we've already seen what these drills look like and the message they send. Take Balikatan 2025. It was one of the biggest in history, bringing together about 14,000 troops, 9,000 Americans, and 5,000 Filipinos for what commanders described as a full battle test. This wasn't symbolic flag waving. The exercise simulated the defense of key maritime terrain in areas directly facing both the South China Sea and Taiwan, showing beyond any doubt where the focus really is: countering external threats. And yet, the Philippines made the framing clear, as Major General Francisco Lorenzo Jr., Balikatan's exercise director, explained. Balikatan is not against any nation. It is joint training with the U.S. to increase our capability to secure our territory. It enhances our responsiveness and deters possible incursions or invasions. In other words, the point isn't provocation, it's preparation that doubles as deterrence. Then there are the Maritime Cooperative Activities, or MCAs, a newer but fast-growing part of the alliance. These are coordinated patrols and operations at sea with foreign navies, and Manila is now looking to make them a regular standing feature. Just this year alone, the Philippines has already carried out 10 to 11 MCAs, each one bigger and more complex than the last. And the impact? It's tangible. Philippine Navy spokesman Rear Admiral Roy Vincent T. Trinidad observed. For every MCA, there has been a noted change in the actions of the Chinese Coast Guard and the People's Liberation Army Navy. Think about that for a second. Every time these joint patrols happen, Chinese ships respond differently. Slower, less aggressive, more cautious. That's deterrence in real time. That's proof that these activities don't just train our troops, they actually shift the behavior of adversaries at sea. Together, Balikatan and the MCAs show the practical power of alliance cooperation. One is a massive joint war game, a rehearsal for scenarios nobody wants, but everyone needs to be ready for. The other is steady, day-to-day presence at sea, testing the waters, setting the tone, and sending signals. And both carry the same implication. The Philippines is no longer operating alone. It is backed, trained, and reinforced by some of the most capable forces in the world. And that makes a difference, not just on paper, but in the behavior of rival navies and coast guards we face every single day. So what does all of this mean? Not just in exercises, but in real-world impact. Right now, the expanded cooperation acts as a shield of deterrence. Every joint drill, every naval patrol, Every multinational exercise makes it harder for China to act unchallenged in the West Philippine Sea. It's not just the Philippines standing watch. It's the Philippines and the United States presenting a united front, committed to protecting freedom of navigation and defending a rules-based international order. As the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command put it, the Philippines' decision to hold joint naval drills with allies is essential in ensuring freedom of navigation and improving interoperability. In other words, these activities aren't symbolic. They are the living proof of a coalition ready to act, ready to respond, and ready to defend. For the Philippines itself, the alliance is also transforming the military from within. For decades, our armed forces focused mainly on internal security, counterinsurgencies, domestic law enforcement, and disaster response. But today, the pivot is clear. A new national security strategy is emerging, one that prioritizes external threats and maritime defense. The U.S. has been instrumental in this shift. Since 2015, the Philippines has received more than $1.14 billion in American military assistance, the largest amount of any U.S. partner in the Indo-Pacific. And it doesn't stop there. Manila has launched an ambitious 15-year, $40 billion modernization program, one that will deliver new warships, fighter jets, missiles, and radar systems to match the alliance's growing commitments. For a nation that once fielded one of Asia's weakest militaries, this is nothing short of a generational transformation. But here's the flip side. Greater strength also brings greater friction. These expanded drills will almost certainly be viewed by China as provocative, and Beijing could answer with more aggressive maneuvers, tighter blockades, or ramped-up patrols. Escalation is a risk, and one that Manila and Washington both acknowledge. Yet that risk is counterbalanced by a powerful trend, the rise of what analysts call minilateralism. It's no longer just the Philippines and the US. Countries like Australia, Japan, and Canada are joining these exercises, forming a network of like-minded partners. Each new partner makes the alliance more resilient, more credible, and more difficult for Beijing to isolate or intimidate. And looking to the future, the trajectory is clear. The alliance is only going to deepen. Expect more integrated operations, land, sea, and air working together, more U.S. access to EDCA sites, and more American military aid flowing into Philippine modernization. The message is simple. The Philippines is no longer a weak link, it's becoming a central player in the Indo-Pacific security architecture. From a military once focused on insurgencies in the jungle to one preparing to defend maritime territory against the world's second-largest navy, the shift is historic. The immediate impact is deterrence. The future impact? A stronger, more connected, and more capable Philippines standing firm at the heart of a network built to balance China's growing power. So let's bring this to a close. The approval of over 500 joint military activities for 2026 is not just a number on a page, it's a strategic declaration. It's the United States and the Philippines saying together, our alliance is stronger, our commitment is deeper, and our resolve to deter aggression is unshakable. This expansion didn't appear out of thin air. It is the direct response to rising tensions in the South China Sea, built on the bedrock of the Mutual Defense Treaty of 1951, reinforced by the Visiting Forces Agreement, and supercharged by the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. From the massive combat rehearsals of Bala-Katan to the steady drumbeat of maritime cooperative activities, we've already seen the impact. Chinese behavior shifting at sea, Filipino forces gaining confidence, and modernization accelerating at a pace unseen in generations. But here's the challenge, the balance between deterrence and diplomacy. More power at sea means more risk of incidents, and every close encounter carries the danger of escalation. That's why this alliance must not only grow stronger, but also remain steady, using channels of communication as wisely as it uses warships and missiles. Because the truth is simple. The future of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific may well rest on how this expanded partnership succeeds. For Filipinos, it's about defending sovereignty. For Americans, it's about ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific. And for the world, it's about showing that alliances, when renewed, tested, and strengthened, can still hold the line against aggression. Shoulder to shoulder, the US and the Philippines are stepping into a new era, and the eyes of the world will be watching. If you like the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
The Subic Bay. Sa Subic Bay.
Sa Subic Bay.
Subic Bay.
Sa Subic Bay.
You could hear the thunder before you saw it. Locals near Subic Bay looked up in shock as a U.S. Air Force C-17 Globemaster III, one of the world's largest military aircraft, came roaring out of the sky and landed at the former U.S. naval base without any public announcement. It wasn't part of any large-scale drill, no parade, no ceremony. Just a sudden, deliberate, and powerful arrival. And it sent shockwaves not only through the Philippines, but straight into the halls of power in Beijing. Was this just a routine stop? Or a bold message in broad daylight? The South China Sea, only a few nautical miles west of Subic, isn't just water. It's the most hotly contested maritime zone in the world, where $3.37 trillion worth of global trade flows every year. Yes, every single year. China claims almost all of it through its so-called 9-dash line. But guess what? That claim's been ruled illegal under international law. And both the US and the Philippines have been pushing back harder than ever. This sudden C-17 landing didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened at a flashpoint, and China instantly took notice. Beijing reportedly placed its South China Sea assets on heightened alert following the incident, according to military sources cited in open-source intelligence channels. Satellite tracking later showed increased drone flights and planned People's Liberation Army Navy movements near Scarborough Shoal just 48 hours after the landing. A coincidence? Hardly. Especially since this comes just months after the US and the Philippines expanded their Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, giving the US access to 9 key military bases across the country, including sites strategically close to Taiwan and the contested Spratly Islands. The C-17 isn't just any plane. It's a military workhorse capable of delivering tanks, missile systems, and rapid deployment troops. When that aircraft lands, it signals logistics, movement, readiness, not tourism. It can unload in minutes and take off again, fully loaded in a tight combat zone. The fact that it landed in Subic, a base that once housed tens of thousands of US troops during the Cold War, isn't just symbolic. It's strategic muscle memory being reactivated.
Filipinos on the ground had mixed reactions. Some were excited, even proud. Parang balik na ang tropa. Looks like the troops are back, said one local tricycle driver, grinning. Others were wary. Ayoko ng gulo, pero gusto ko na may kasama tayo. I don't want war, but I want us to have allies. This emotional split runs deep in the Philippines, a country torn between geopolitical pressure and a rising sense of sovereignty and nationalism. But one thing is clear. When American boots touch Philippine soil, the world watches, especially Beijing. And China's not just watching, it's reacting. Recent reports from the Chinese military show increased surveillance flights, warship deployments, and live fire exercises in the Paracels and Spratlys. State media even released a fiery editorial, warning against provocative actions from foreign powers using the Philippines as a pawn. Strong words, but they echo China's growing anxiety about deepening US-Philippines ties. And make no mistake, that C-17 landing was a message written in steel, fuel, and flight hours. So, was the Subic Bay C-17 touchdown a random operation? A supply run? Possibly. But in geopolitics, nothing that big happens without meaning. Every movement, especially in contested territory, is interpreted as intention. And when a globally strategic aircraft lands on a historically symbolic base in a region that's already a powder keg, people take notice. The message is loud and clear. The Philippines is no longer alone, and the US isn't stepping back, it's stepping in. Stay tuned for more updates on this unfolding situation, because in the Indo-Pacific, even a single landing can change the game. When a U.S. Air Force C-17 Globemaster III touched down at Subic Bay, it wasn't just about cargo. It was a message, loud, clear, and unmistakable. The U.S. is back in the neighborhood, and not just for sightseeing. The C-17, often called the beast of burden in military aviation, is no ordinary aircraft. It's a flying fortress of logistics, capable of carrying up to 85 tons of troops, tanks, armored vehicles, or precision equipment. The C-17 is designed for rapid deployment into conflict zones, humanitarian crises, or forward bases, often where other aircraft simply can't go. Its impressive ability to land on short, rough airstrips makes it the perfect tool for high-stakes missions in tense regions like the South China Sea. But this isn't the first time the C-17 has made headlines. Back in 2008, it delivered over 190,000 pounds of relief supplies to China following a devastating earthquake, a stark contrast to today's scenario where the same aircraft type is now a sign of deterrence, not disaster relief. From helping victims to warning adversaries, it shows just how powerful and flexible this aircraft is, and why its presence in Subic has tongues wagging and radars lighting up in Beijing. This isn't just about a plane landing, it's about where it landed, when it landed, and what it means for the region's most dangerous flashpoint. Let's talk about Subic Bay. Not just any port, but a place soaked in military history. With its deep natural harbor and prime location near the South China Sea, Subic was once the largest U.S. naval base in Asia and second only to Pearl Harbor globally before its closure in 1992. From World War II to the Korean and Vietnam Wars, Subic Bay served as a vital launch pad for American military power across the Pacific. And now, in 2025, history is coming full circle. Subic is rising once again, not as a formal U.S. base, but as a critical rotational and logistics hub under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, between the U.S. and the Philippines. Under EDCA, American troops and equipment rotate in and out of key Philippine bases, not permanently, but consistently enough to keep a strategic foothold. And Subic's recent activity, especially the arrival of a heavy C-17, is a prime example of that resurgence. It's no coincidence. Subic offers quick access to Scarborough Shoal, the Spratlys, and even Taiwan's southern coast, all areas where tensions are climbing fast. Every landing here is calculated, and the presence of a C-17 means things are being moved, planned, and prepared. If you're in Beijing and you see a C-17 land in Subic, you're not thinking about logistics. You're thinking, what are they bringing and who's next? Now let's clarify the term shock landing. Was this a mechanical emergency or crash? No. But the shock wasn't about how it landed, it was about what it symbolized. This wasn't a pre-announced drill nor a routine training flight with full media coverage. It was sudden, sharp, and symbolic. The context matters. The Philippines and the US are currently running Balikatan 2025, their largest joint military exercise to date, involving thousands of US and Filipino troops, F-35 stealth fighters, warships, tanks, drones, and heavy-lift aircraft, including the C-17. This massive exercise is a display of force and friendship, a reminder that Manila and Washington are locked in step, shoulder to shoulder. But that's not all. In March 2023, a C-17 was also spotted delivering oil spill response equipment to the Philippines, proof that these aircraft are active in both crisis support and combat readiness. These landings may not always make headlines, but they're frequent, deliberate, and loaded with geopolitical consequences. For many in the region, it's not the C-17's engines that are loud, it's the signal it sends to anyone watching. To some, it's just a plane. To China, it's a loud knock on the South China Sea's front door. And that knock has definitely been heard. Chinese state media issued fresh warnings, calling U.S. military movements in the Philippines provocative and a threat to regional stability. Beijing has since increased PLA Navy patrols, activated early warning radar systems, and launched combat readiness drills around the Paracels and Spratlys. The tension is no longer creeping, it's sprinting. And every U.S. aircraft that lands in the Philippines, especially in strategic locations like Subic, adds fuel to that fire. To the average viewer, the landing of a single American plane in the Philippines might seem routine, but to Beijing, it's far from normal. In fact, every C-17 landing, every joint drill, every U.S. flag flown beside the Filipino one is seen as a direct threat to China's claim over the South China Sea. It's no longer about freedom of navigation, it's about control. And China believes that the Philippines, by deepening ties with Washington, is challenging that control head-on. And they're not quiet about it. China has issued 7 formal diplomatic protests this year alone, all aimed at blocking U.S. military involvement in the Philippines. Even joint patrols with India were enough to trigger a response from the PLA's Southern Theater Command, which placed its forces on high alert just days after those drills. China's state media went even further, accusing Manila of catering to extraterritorial forces to stir up chaos in the region, a clear jab at Washington. When China says high alert, they don't just mean words, they mean warships, warplanes, and warning shots. So what does high alert look like from China? A massive growing military footprint. Right now, China operates an estimated 3,200 hectares of militarized land across the South China Sea, land that didn't even exist 2 decades ago. These were once coral reefs. Now, they're military fortresses. Runways stretch across the horizon. There are 72 plus reinforced fighter jet hangars, missile batteries pointed seaward, and deep harbors capable of housing entire fleets of warships. Satellite imagery from just May 2025 confirms something even more concerning. 2 nuclear-capable H-6K bombers parked on Woody Island, deep in the Paracel chain. That's not defense, that's power projection. These aircraft have the range to strike anywhere in Southeast Asia, and their presence sends a chilling message. China is ready to go beyond surveillance. It's preparing for dominance. From invisible islands to nuclear bombers, China's red lines are no longer just on maps. They're made of concrete, steel, and missiles. And that assertiveness isn't just in the skies. It's increasingly felt on the water, and Filipinos know this all too well. Over the last year, Chinese Coast Guard ships have physically rammed, blocked, and blasted Philippine vessels with high-powered water cannons. In some instances, military-grade lasers were used to temporarily blind Filipino sailors. These aren't misunderstandings, they're confrontations. Real ones. Then came the monster ship. In January 2025, China deployed its 165-meter megaship, Vessel 5901, to Scarborough Shoal, just 120 nautical miles from Luzon. Locals call it a floating garrison, capable of dominating smaller ships through sheer size and advanced sensors. It's a floating message. We own this. Meanwhile, the Philippine Coast Guard recently intercepted a Chinese research vessel, Shenyang Hong 05, within our EEZ off Guam. Why was it there? Officially, marine research. Unofficially, surveillance, strategic ocean floor mapping, resource scanning. It's part of a broader information warfare campaign, using science as cover for military positioning. And it doesn't stop there. The PLA's Southern Theater Command has also accused Philippine military aircraft, including C-208s and Nomad N-22s, of illegally intruding into Chinese-claimed airspace near the Spratlys, Nansha Kundao. China claims to have tracked, warned, and expelled them, but the Philippines rejects these accusations outright. Why? Because these flights were within the Philippines' own exclusive economic zone, not China's. China says it's being provoked, but Filipinos ask, how can we intrude into our own backyard? The result of all this? A region on edge. Every movement by the US, even a single aircraft, leads to an aggressive Chinese countermove. Every Filipino patrol becomes a gamble, and as both powers dig in, the South China Sea, once just a trade route, is now a battleground of pride, power, and presence. The South China Sea isn't just a body of water anymore. It's a chessboard of global power, and each move, whether a landing, a patrol, or a protest, threatens to tip the board. Analysts across Asia and the West now agree. This region is the single most likely flashpoint for a modern war between superpowers. The fragile balance between peace and provocation is thinning, especially with recent US and Philippine military maneuvers occurring in waters that China considers its own backyard. One wrong turn, one misread signal, and a clash could spiral into full-blown confrontation, especially near Taiwan or disputed islands like the Spratlys and Paracels. And while Southeast Asian nations crave peace, many are now walking a tightrope, trying to balance economic ties with China while relying on US support for security. That balancing act is becoming harder by the day. We're not just watching history happen, we're standing in the middle of the battlefield before the first shot is fired. At the heart of America's playbook in this high-stakes game is something called integrated deterrence. It's not just about having more ships or troops, it's about building a web of firepower across the first island chain to hem in China's naval and air reach. The recent C-17 landing at Subic Bay wasn't an isolated event. It's part of a larger strategy to roll out mobile missile platforms, such as HIMARS and the Typhon system, across allied territories like the Philippines, Japan, and Guam. As one defense analyst put it, this growing network of mobile missile systems distributed across allied territories is key to a strategy aimed at boxing in China's navy within the first island chain. And the US isn't alone. It's ramping up joint exercises with allies like Japan, Australia, and India, building an informal alliance to counterbalance China's rise. It's not just the US and China anymore. The whole Indo-Pacific is choosing sides, quietly or boldly. China sees all of this, and it's responding in full spectrum, not just with ships and jets, but through a multi-layered counter-strategy involving political pressure, economic initiatives, and massive military investment. Beijing's recent moves, from expanded naval operations in the Indian Ocean to investments in ports across Oceania, show a nation determined to escape what it calls strategic encirclement. Behind the scenes, China is also accelerating military reforms, building long-range missile capabilities, cyber warfare divisions, and next-generation stealth aircraft, all designed to outpace or neutralize Western tech advantages. This isn't just a game of catch-up, it's a long-term game of dominance. And what's truly driving all of this? Resources. Beneath the waves of the South China Sea lie 11 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and one of the world's most fertile fishing zones, a lifeline for millions across the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and beyond. Control over this region isn't just about military power, it's about economic survival and national sovereignty. For China, it's about securing energy independence and projecting power across the Pacific. For Southeast Asian nations, it's about not being pushed out of their own waters, where livelihoods and food supplies depend on continued access. It's not just about flags on islands, it's about oil, gas, food, and the future of Asia's economy. So as American planes land, Chinese ships patrol, and alliances form across the Indo-Pacific, the geopolitical fault lines are hardening. This isn't just competition, it's a widening chasm, one that risks swallowing regional peace if diplomacy fails. And at the very center of that chasm, standing right between two titans, is the Philippines. The sudden touchdown of a US C-17 Globemaster III at Subic Bay may have looked like just another military maneuver, but in truth, it was a symbolic thunderclap echoing across the Indo-Pacific. This shock landing wasn't just a show of force, it was a signal, a declaration that the US-Philippines alliance is back in full swing, and that Washington is not backing down in the face of growing Chinese assertiveness. Beijing's immediate military alert, fiery rhetoric, and aggressive maritime pushback make it clear. They saw it too, and they're responding not with diplomacy, but with deployments. From warships to bombers, China's counter-strategy is expanding, making the South China Sea feel more like a ticking time bomb than ever before. This single moment, one aircraft landing on a historic base, has become part of a larger wave of reshaped alliances, defense agreements, and strategic deployments stretching across the Indo-Pacific. It's not just about the Philippines anymore. It's about a fundamental shift in regional power dynamics, where smaller nations are being pulled into the orbit of a growing rivalry between superpowers. And as both the US and China dig in, the region becomes more militarized, more volatile, and more vulnerable to a dangerous miscalculation. What started with one plane could end with a flash, unless the world listens before it's too late. Looking ahead, the future of this standoff hangs in the balance. Will the US's strategy of deterrence prevent escalation or provoke more tension? Will China double down on its territorial claims or step back in favor of diplomacy? One thing is certain, the South China Sea has become ground zero for global power competition, and the Philippines stands right at the center of that storm. If there was ever a moment for world leaders to recommit to international law, open dialogue, and peaceful negotiation, it's now. Because as Subic Bay just reminded us, a single landing can shake the world.
If you liked the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
It was early morning on May 6, 2026. A convoy of Japanese military trucks rolled across the sand dunes of Kulili Point in Pauai, a coastal town in northern Philippines. Their cargo, truck-mounted anti-ship missiles, pointed out toward the South China Sea. Senior defense officials from Japan, the Philippines, the United States, and Australia were watching. Japan's Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi and Philippine Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro stood side by side in the observation area. Cameras were ready. The world was about to see something it had not seen since 1945. An audible click. Then two missiles launched in quick succession. They unfolded their wings and skimmed low over the water, racing toward a target 46 miles offshore. 6 minutes later, the retired Philippine Navy warship BRP Quezon, a World War II-era corvette, was on fire and sinking. Japan had just fired offensive missiles on foreign soil for the first time since the end of the Second World War.
This year, over 17,000 personnel from the Philippines, the United States, and from our partner nations, Australia, Canada, France, Japan, New Zealand, and let me also add the United Kingdom. We stand shoulder to shoulder in this exercise.
The drill was part of Exercise Balikatan 2026, the annual joint military exercise between the United States and the Philippines. In Tagalog, Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder. This year's edition was the biggest and most ambitious version yet. More than 17,000 troops took part. Around 10,000 were American. About 1,400 were Japanese. Canada, France, Australia, and New Zealand also joined, the first time some of these nations participated in actual training events alongside the core partners. The exercises were held along the western coast of the Philippines, directly facing the South China Sea. That location was not an accident. Every missile fired in that direction carries a message. This year, the message was louder than ever. The Japanese Type 88 missiles launched from the Pauai sand dunes were part of a joint task force maritime strike exercise. The 1st Surface-to-Ship Missile Regiment of Japan's Ground Self-Defense Force conducted the launch alongside U.S. Marine Corps units, including HIMARS rocket artillery systems. USNI News, which had journalists on the ground, reported that one of the two Type 88 missiles struck the BRP Quezon directly, while the second passed over the smoke cloud and missed. But the ship still sank. The Type 88 is not a cutting-edge system. Japan designed it during the Cold War. But old does not mean weak. The Type 88 surface-to-ship missile, also called the SSM, allowing enemy warships safe passage near the coast. It is mounted on a 6x6 military truck with 6 launch tubes. Each missile is about 5 meters long, flies at high subsonic speed close to the water's surface, and carries a 225-kilogram high explosive warhead. Its maximum range is around 180 kilometers. What makes the system valuable is its mobility. Because the launchers are on trucks, they can move quickly, hide easily, and fire from multiple positions. This makes them very hard for an enemy to target and destroy before they shoot.
A rocket capability. That capability extends the reach of our forces, and we're training with the Philippine Army and as well as with the Japanese in their rocket capability.
Army Recognition, a specialist defense publication, called it a real coastal strike weapon built to threaten ships operating near shore. Japan's military is now in the process of replacing the Type 88 with a newer, more advanced missile called the Type 12. That replacement plan turns out to be a key part of the next chapter of this story. The The exercise itself was already big news. But what happened 9 days later changed the story entirely. On May 15, 2026, Japanese public broadcaster NHK reported that Japan's defense ministry is now considering exporting the Type 88 surface-to-ship missile system to the Philippines. According to sources cited by NHK, the Philippines had expressed interest in acquiring the system shortly after watching the Balikatan demonstration. Tokyo then began an internal review of whether and how to proceed. When reporters asked Defense Minister Koizumi about it directly, he gave a careful but significant answer. Nothing has been decided at this point, but we intend to decide what would be exported, based on the agreement on enhanced defense equipment and technology cooperation reached with my Philippine counterpart. That statement, measured as it sounds, is historic. Japan is not just watching the region change. It is thinking about arming a neighbor to help defend it. To understand why this is a turning point, you need to understand where Japan was just a year ago. For most of the past 80 years, Japan held firm to strict rules against exporting weapons. It was part of how Japan rebuilt its international reputation after World War II, by staying out of the global arms trade entirely. The country could build weapons for its own defense, but selling lethal weapons abroad was essentially off the table. That changed in April 2026. Reuters reported that Japan unveiled its biggest overhaul of defense export rules in decades. The old system had 5 narrow categories of equipment Japan could export. Things like rescue gear, surveillance equipment, and minesweeping tools. Under the new rules, those restrictions were scrapped. Japan can now sell warships, missiles, and other weapon systems on a case-by-case basis, as long as the deals go through a screening process and the recipient is not a country at war. This was not a small tweak, it was a structural shift, the kind that takes years to reverse, if it ever is reversed. And the Type 88 deal fits the new framework almost perfectly. Japan needs to phase out the older missile as it upgrades to the Type 12 anyway. Exporting the Type 88 to the Philippines allows Japan to reduce older inventory, generate goodwill, and help an ally strengthen its coastal defenses, all at once. Japan today reported that Tokyo is also considering exporting Abukuma-class destroyer escorts and the Type 03 medium-range surface-to-air missile system to the Philippines in parallel talks. For Manila, the timing makes perfect sense. The Philippines sits at the front line of China's expansion in the South China Sea. Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia ships have repeatedly blocked and harassed Philippine resupply missions to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. Chinese vessels have used water cannons, lasers, and blocking maneuvers against smaller Philippine boats. The pressure has been relentless and, in Manila's view, is getting worse. Philippine Defense Secretary Teodoro put it bluntly during Balikatan's closing ceremony, speaking about the Tomahawk missile demonstration, in which the U.S. fired a cruise missile from Tacloban in Leyte all the way to a target in Nueva Ecija. He said, "This demonstration, where 600 kilometers away it was launched and hit a very, very precise target to the millimeter, was a demonstration of why continuous investments in our defense capabilities are necessary in the evolution of technology and vulnerabilities in the world today." AFP Chief General Romeo Bronner Jr. was even more direct. "We have plans of procuring more of the missile systems that we saw recently used here in the Balikatan exercise. That is the future direction of the armed forces of the Philippines as we modernize our capabilities." The Philippines does not aim to build a military force equal to China's. Nobody is expecting that. What Manila wants is enough coastal strike capability to make any Chinese military action extremely costly, to deter an attack before it happens. Anti-ship missiles do exactly that. They are the backbone of what defense analysts call distributed deterrence, where many mobile launchers spread across a coastline force an attacker to deal with threats coming from multiple directions at once. There is a strategic concept that frames everything happening right now: the First Island Chain. The First Island Chain is an arc of territory that runs from Japan's southwestern islands down through Taiwan and continues south through the Philippine archipelago all the way to Borneo. This arc sits like a barrier between China's coastline and the open Pacific Ocean. If China's Navy wants to operate freely in the Western Pacific, it needs to get past or through this island chain. Here is the key point. Japan sits on the northern end of that arc. The Philippines sits on the southern end. If those two countries coordinate their coastal defenses, they cover the two most important gateways China would need to pass through. Japan and the Philippines, armed with compatible anti-ship missiles, create overlapping kill zones across the chain. Beijing understands this perfectly. China's state media outlet Global Times quoted a Chinese military affairs expert who dismissed the Type 88 as aging offensive weaponry with limited military threats, but then added that for a country that was once an aggressor and defeated power in World War II, such actions are clearly offensive in nature and highly dangerous. The concern was not really about the Type 88's range. It was about what the transfer represents: two of China's neighbors choosing to arm each other along the perimeter of China's maritime expansion. Japan and the Philippines have both signed major agreements that formalize this cooperation. Their Reciprocal Access Agreement, signed in July 2024, entered into force in September 2025, giving each country's military the right to train on the other's soil. An acquisition and cross-servicing agreement was signed in January 2026, creating a framework for sharing supplies and services between their forces. The May 5 Joint Defense Ministers' statement confirmed both countries shared serious concern over China's intensification of dangerous and coercive activities. The momentum is not slowing. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is scheduled for a state visit to Japan from May 26 to 29, 2026, just weeks after the Balikatan missiles flew. The agenda includes meetings with Emperor Naruhito, Empress Masako, and Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. Defense and trade are expected to be front and center. Japan is one of the Philippines' largest investors, with foreign direct investment from Japan reaching the top position in December 2025, according to the Philippine news agency. Japan is also financing major infrastructure projects in the Philippines, including the Metro Manila subway, with one loan tranche alone worth 220 billion yen, roughly 85 billion Philippine pesos. The Japan Times noted that other countries, including Indonesia and Poland, are also now exploring weapons procurement from Japan under the new export rules. Japan is positioning itself not just as a Pacific security partner, but as a new player in the global defense market. All of that said, the story deserves a moment of honesty. The Type 88 is not Japan's best missile. It was designed in the 1980s. A subsonic missile flying toward a modern warship faces electronic countermeasures, radar-guided interceptors, and close-in weapon systems designed specifically to shoot it down. US NI News even noted that during the Balikatan exercise itself, one of the two missiles missed its target, though the ship still sank. And the deal itself is not done. Defense Minister Koizumi used the words "nothing has been decided." The Philippines Department of National Defense has not formally confirmed any acquisition. Negotiations, technical assessments, political approvals, and funding questions all remain ahead. But here is the point that matters. The direction is clear. Japan is willing to arm the Philippines. The Philippines wants to be armed. The two countries are already operating under a legal framework that makes it possible. And President Marcos is flying to Tokyo in 10 days. The old post-war wall separating Japan from regional arms transfers is not solid anymore. It is being dismantled brick by brick, deal by deal, with a missile demonstration on a beach in Ilocos Norte serving as the clearest sign yet of what the new era looks like. So step back and look at the full picture. On May 6, 2026, Japan fired offensive missiles on foreign soil for the first time since World War II. It happened during the largest Balikatan exercise in history. The target was a decommissioned Philippine ship. The audience included two countries' defense ministers, thousands of troops, and the watching eyes of Beijing. 9 days later, Japan said it might sell that same missile to the Philippines. That would be Japan's first ever export of an anti-ship missile to another country. 10 days after that, the Philippine president will be shaking hands in Tokyo. This is not a drill. This is a new chapter. And the South China Sea will never look quite the same.
We received the confirmation from Admiral Paparo himself. He said that this will still be the biggest Balikatan exercise despite the war going on in Middle East.
Come on, drop, look.
81 years ago, more than 500,000 Japanese soldiers invaded the Philippines. They bombed Manila. They marched through Bataan. They occupied the islands for nearly 4 years. And by the time it was over, around 500,000 Filipino civilians were dead. The Battle of Manila alone killed 100,000 people, making it one of the most devastating urban battles in the entire Second World War. Now here is what is happening today. Japanese combat troops carrying weapons are about to step onto Philippine soil again. Not as occupiers, not as enemies, but as allies, for the first time since the end of World War II. And if that does not make you stop and think about how dramatically the world is changing right now, nothing will. But this is not just a symbolic handshake between former enemies. This is a direct military response to one country, China, whose navy has now pushed past the first island chain, past the second island chain, and whose aircraft carriers were spotted launching fighter jets near Iwo Jima itself, the same island where nearly 6,000 American Marines died fighting Japan in 1945. So the question is, what has China done that is so threatening that two countries with one of the most painful shared histories on Earth have decided we must stand together now? And more importantly, what does this tell us about where the world is heading? That is what we are going to break down today. Every layer, every detail, every angle that the mainstream media is not connecting for you. Before we go deep into this, if you are the kind of person who wants to understand the geopolitical chess moves happening in the Indo-Pacific before they hit the headlines, this is the channel for you. We break down what is really happening in the South China Sea, Philippines, defense, and global security every single week. So if you have not already, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell, and let me ask you a question in the comments. Do you think Japan sending combat troops to the Philippines is a smart defensive move, or is it a dangerous provocation that could push China into conflict? Drop your answer below. I genuinely want to know what you think. Let us get into it. Here is the picture as it stands today, in April 2026. In exactly 14 days, on April 20th, the largest joint military exercise in Indo-Pacific. History is about to begin. It is called Balikatan 2026. Balikatan. That is a Filipino word. It means shoulder to shoulder. And this year, it is not just the Philippines and the United States standing shoulder to shoulder. For the first time ever, Japan is sending several hundred self-defense forces troops, armed, combat-capable troops, to participate directly in defensive military operations on Philippine territory. Let me say that again so it sinks in. Japan is sending armed soldiers to the Philippines for the first time since 1945.
We received the confirmation from Admiral Paparo himself. He said that this will still be the biggest Balikatan exercise despite the war going on in Middle East.
General Romeo Bronner Jr., the chief of the armed forces of the Philippines, confirmed it publicly. He said, and I am paraphrasing here, that Japan has moved from being observers in previous years to actively deploying combat troops. He estimated up to 1,000 Japanese soldiers could be on Philippine soil. And he added something remarkable. He said, from being on opposing sides in the past, we are now working together as partners. Think about the weight of that statement. The last time Japanese combat forces were in the Philippines, they were fighting against Filipinos. The Bataan Death March, the Battle of Corregidor, the destruction of Manila. These are wounds that have not fully healed even after 80 years. And yet, here they are, standing together. But it goes beyond Japan. Balikatan 2026 will also feature Australian forces, French warships, including an amphibious assault ship and a frigate from France's Jeanne d'Arc mission, and observers from multiple NATO countries. The exercises will span across the Philippine archipelago, from Luzon in the north to disputed waters in the west, and will include live fire drills, amphibious operations, cyber defense exercises, and for the first time, space-related military operations.
Detected holding point 14 left.
The armed forces of the Philippines chief also revealed something critical. He said the exercises will draw heavily from lessons learned in two active conflicts, the Russia-Ukraine war and the United States war with Iran. Specifically, the importance of cyber warfare, the ability to disable radar systems, knock out command centers, and paralyze enemy communications before a single shot is fired. Admiral Samuel Paparo, the commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, personally confirmed that despite America's ongoing military operations in the Middle East against Iran, the scale of Balikatan 2026 will not be reduced by a single unit. He said this will be the biggest Balikatan in history, period. And that should tell you something. When the most powerful military in the world is fighting a war in the Middle East and still says, we are not pulling a single soldier out of the Pacific, that means the Pacific is where the real long-term game is being played. So, what is behind all of this? To understand that, we need to go back in time. On December 8, 1941, just 10 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan launched its invasion of the Philippines. More than 500,000 Japanese soldiers would eventually serve in the Philippine campaign. Manila fell in January 1942. The American and Filipino forces retreated to Bataan, where they fought desperately for 3 months with almost no food, no medicine, and no reinforcements. General Douglas MacArthur promised help was coming. It never did. When Bataan fell in April 1942, roughly 75,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war were forced on a brutal 65-mile march to their prison camp. Thousands died along the way, beaten, bayoneted, shot, beheaded by their captors. The world would come to know it as the Bataan Death March. The Japanese occupation lasted until 1945. When the liberation of Manila finally came, the Japanese garrison fought to the death. They massacred civilians. The Battle of Manila reduced the city to rubble and killed an estimated 100,000 people. It was one of the deadliest urban battles of the entire war, mentioned alongside Stalingrad and Warsaw. By the end of the war, approximately 500,000 Filipino civilians had perished under Japanese occupation. So when we say Japan is now sending armed troops back to the Philippines, understand the historical gravity of that sentence. This is not a minor diplomatic development. This is two nations choosing to set aside one of the most painful chapters of the 20th century because they see a threat so serious that the wounds of the past must be put aside. And what makes this moment even more extraordinary is how it happened. The legal foundation was laid in July 2024 when Japan and the Philippines signed the Reciprocal Access Agreement, a defense pact that simplifies the process of deploying troops and equipment between the two countries. The Philippines became only the third country in the world to sign such an agreement with Japan, after Australia and the United Kingdom. That agreement entered into force on September 11, 2025. It was built on top of years of quiet cooperation. Japan has become one of the Philippines' most trusted partners, providing Coast Guard vessels, radar systems, and official security assistance. Public opinion polls show Japan enjoying remarkably high levels of trust among Filipinos, something that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. But here is the thing about trust. It is not built in good times. It is built when both sides look at the same threat and decide, we need each other. And that threat has a name. Japan is not just sending soldiers to Balikatan. What Japan is doing right now is far bigger than one exercise. On April 5th, 2026, literally yesterday as I am recording this, Japan's defense minister, Shinjiro Koizumi, stood on the island of Iwo Jima, the same Iwo Jima where nearly 6,000 American Marines and nearly 20,000 Japanese soldiers died in one of the bloodiest battles of World War II. And from that sacred ground, he made a stunning admission. Japan, the third largest economy in the world, a country that spends billions on defense, just admitted that it has a gaping hole in its own security on its Pacific side. They are planning to build port facilities capable of handling large military vessels. They are considering installing floating piers to bring in construction materials. And here is a detail that is genuinely remarkable. Japan is looking at establishing an air defense identification zone over the Ogasawara Islands, where no such zone has existed since the end of World War II. That means for the first time in 81 years, Japan would formally monitor and control the airspace over these Pacific islands. Why? Because in June 2025, something happened that shook the Japanese defense establishment to its core. China's aircraft carrier Liaoning was spotted operating east of Iwo Jima, conducting F-fighter jet takeoffs and landings in the waters between Japan's remote islands. This was the first time any Chinese aircraft carrier had crossed the second island chain. And it did not come alone. China deployed both the Liaoning and the Shandong simultaneously in the Western Pacific. Another first. Japan's defense ministry tracked close to 520 takeoffs and landings across both carriers during that deployment. This is not hypothetical. This is happening right now. But Japan is not doing this alone. And the coalition forming around the Philippines is something Beijing never expected. Let me walk you through who is showing up in the Philippines right now. Because this is not just a US-Japan story. This is a global response. The United States remains the backbone. Washington has approved more than 500 joint military activities with the Philippines for 2026 alone. That is more than one per day. It is the most in the history of the alliance. And the US is not just sending troops, it is deploying some of its most advanced weapons systems. The Typhon mid-range capability missile system, a ground-based launcher capable of firing. Tomahawk cruise missiles with a range exceeding 1,600 kilometers has been stationed in northern Luzon since 2024. From that position, those missiles can reach deep into southern China, covering major People's Liberation Army facilities and key maritime corridors across the entire South China Sea. The U.S. also deployed the Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, an anti-ship missile system to Batan Island in Batanes, the northernmost Philippine province, directly facing the Bashi Channel. That channel is the critical waterway separating the Philippines from Taiwan, and it does not stop at missiles. A U.S.-led group of 16 nations called the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience has agreed to explore building an ammunition assembly and production facility right in the Philippines. When asked about this, China's foreign ministry spokesperson issued a warning. He said, and I paraphrase, that if the Philippines is willing to become a powder keg and ammunition depot, it will only backfire on itself. That is how seriously Beijing is taking this. Now France. The French Navy is deploying its largest Balikatan contingent to date through the Jeanne d'Arc training mission, including the amphibious assault ship Dixmude and the frigate Aconite. Last year, France deployed the Charles de Gaulle Carrier Strike Group for a joint patrol, with the Philippines in the South China Sea, the first of its kind between Paris and Manila. France has also committed to providing 40 patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard and is building a shipyard in the Philippines to construct half of them locally. Australia is expanding its role. Canada signed a defense cooperation agreement with the Philippines. The United Kingdom has a reciprocal access agreement with Japan. South Korea is watching closely. And here is what makes this coalition different from anything we have seen before. This is not just America and its allies doing exercises for show. This is an integrated military architecture being built in real time with forward-deployed missiles, ammunition production facilities, reciprocal troop access agreements, and shared intelligence networks, all centered on one geographic reality: the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. The question that everyone is asking but few are answering honestly is, why now? What has China done that has triggered this unprecedented response? To understand why this is happening now, you need to understand the three-front pressure campaign that China has been running. Front 1, Scarborough Shoal and the West Philippine Sea. In March 2026 alone, a Chinese frigate nearly rammed the Philippine Navy's BRP Benguet near Pag-asa Island. In 2025, Chinese vessels used high-pressure water cannons and physically rammed Filipino fishing boats at Thitu Island. Front 2, Island Building. China's dredging fleet, 22 vessels strong, is constructing what could become the largest artificial island in the entire South China Sea at Antelope Reef in the Paracels. This is China's biggest island building operation since 2017. The island is positioned for a potential military runway. Front 3, the Pacific Push. As I mentioned, China sailed 2 aircraft carriers past the second island chain for the first time in June 2025. This was not a one-off. It is part of a deliberate strategy to project power deeper into the Pacific, toward Guam, toward the sea lanes that connect Asia to North America, and toward the very islands where the United States and Japan fought each other 80 years ago. Now layer on top of this the global picture. The United States is currently fighting a war with Iran. Operation Epic Fury has seen Tomahawk strikes launched from Navy destroyers. Carrier strike groups have been redirected to the Middle East. Beijing is watching. And every time American attention shifts westward, toward Iran, toward the Middle East, China has historically used that window to advance its position in the Pacific. It happened during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. when China quietly built artificial islands in the South China Sea while the world was not watching. And there are real concerns it could happen again. This is precisely why the United States, Japan, the Philippines, Australia, France, and others are building this coalition now, not tomorrow, not after the Iran situation stabilizes. Now, because if there is one lesson that history teaches about the Indo-Pacific, it is this: the window of opportunity does not open twice. If you are still watching, you are exactly the audience this channel is built for. The kind of person who wants to see the full picture, not just the headlines. We put these deep dives together every week, covering the South China Sea, Philippines, defense, and the real geopolitical moves that are shaping our world. If you got value from this, hit subscribe, share this with someone who needs to see it, and leave a comment, because I read every single one. Now let me take you to where all of this is heading. Here is the honest truth. We are entering the most volatile period in Indo-Pacific security since the end of the Cold War, possibly since World War II. The pieces on the board are moving faster than at any point in recent memory. Japan is rearming, not in secret, not reluctantly, openly, deliberately, and with the explicit acknowledgement that the threat environment has fundamentally changed. Japan is revising its three core security documents: the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, and the Defense Build-Up Program, all by the end of this year. The Pacific will be a central pillar. The Philippines is transforming from a lightly armed archipelago into a frontline node of the first island chain defense network. With Typhon missiles on Luzon, anti-ship systems in Batanes, a planned ammunition factory, and the largest array of allied military exercises in its history, Manila is becoming the most strategically significant U.S. ally in Southeast Asia. The expanding trilateral cooperation between Washington, Tokyo, and Manila. The growing involvement of France, Australia, Canada, and the UK. These are not temporary arrangements. These are structural shifts in the global security architecture. But here's what keeps defense planners awake at night. China's strategy is not irrational. From Beijing's perspective, every missile deployed to the Philippines, every Japanese soldier landing in Luzon, every French frigate sailing through the South China Sea, all of this confirms what Chinese leaders have long feared: that the United States is building a ring of containment around China, designed to strangle its rise. And when a great power feels cornered, history tells us that miscalculation becomes the greatest danger. Not deliberate war, miscalculation. A Chinese frigate locks fire control radar on a Philippine vessel. A Japanese fighter scrambles too close to a Chinese carrier. An accidental collision in contested waters. One wrong move, one moment of panic, one commander who decides to escalate rather than de-escalate. And you have a crisis that could draw in nuclear-armed powers. That is the stakes. That is why Balikatan 2026 matters. That is why Japan is sending combat troops to the Philippines. That is why the world should be paying attention to the Indo-Pacific right now, not just to what is happening in the Middle East. Let me leave you with this thought. In 1945, Japanese and Filipino soldiers were killing each other in the ruins of Manila. The city was burning. The death toll was catastrophic. No one standing in those ruins could have imagined a world where Japanese combat troops would return to the Philippines as allies, not to fight Filipinos, but to stand beside them. And yet, here we are. History has a way of making the unthinkable become inevitable when the threat is real enough. The Indo-Pacific in 2026 is not the calm, distant theater that most people imagine. It is 4 global maritime choke points under simultaneous stress. It is aircraft carriers pushing past island chains. It is Tomahawk missiles positioned within range of the Chinese mainland. It is the biggest military exercise in history about to begin in 14 days. And at the center of it all, two former enemies, standing shoulder to shoulder. Because they looked at the world and decided, the past is painful, but the future is more dangerous. That is the story no one else is telling you. And that is why you are here. If you want to stay informed, subscribe, hit the bell, share this video, and I will see you in the next one. The security map of the Indo-Pacific is changing fast. And the Philippines is right in the middle of it. For decades, the Philippine military mostly looked inward. Its main job was fighting rebels, terrorists, and other internal threats. Counterinsurgency operations and domestic security shaped almost everything about how the country planned for war. But that has changed. Today, the Philippine Army is openly training for something very different. It is preparing for airborne assaults, amphibious landings, and full multi-domain warfare. This is not just another military update. It is one of the biggest shifts in Philippine defense thinking in decades.
Identified by their former comrades, no, yung mga former rebels na nasumuko na, and identified na rin yung kanilang pagkakakilanlan and yung kanilang mga.
On May 13th, 2026, Philippine Army spokesperson Colonel Louis Dama Ala confirmed it directly. He said the Army is strengthening its ability to face airborne attacks, amphibious operations, and threats coming from many directions at once. According to him, modern warfare is now multi-domain. That means threats can come from land, sea, air, cyber, and even information warfare, sometimes at the same time. That may sound technical, but the meaning is simple. The Philippines is preparing for a future where enemy forces could try to seize islands, attack coastal areas, or drop troops behind defensive lines using helicopters, transport planes, or warships. And geography makes this very real. The Philippines is made up of more than 7,600 islands. Any hostile force trying to push into Philippine territory would almost certainly use sea routes, airborne insertions, or both. That single fact shapes everything.
Now we have not monitored any threat, no. However, yung ating 6th Infantry Division and the 1st Infantry Division is continually monitoring the area in coordination with the Philippine National Police.
Colonel Dima Ala explained that the Army has already built airborne defense into its planning. This includes scenarios involving paratrooper drops, heliborne attacks, and rapid enemy movement into important terrain. He also said coastal and littoral defense is now a major focus, because the most likely route for any attacker is across the sea. And the country is not preparing alone. Right now, two major exercises are showing exactly what this new defense plan looks like.
For more than 3 decades, Balikatan has stood as a living testament to the partnership between the Philippines and the United States, one that has grown stronger, more responsive, and more relevant with time.
Exercise Balikatan 2026 ran from April 20 to May 8. The word Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder in Tagalog. And the 2026 edition was the largest yet. Around 17,000 troops from 7 countries took part. That included forces from the Philippines, the United States, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and France. The exercises spread across Luzon, Palawan, and the Batan's Islands, which sit just south of Taiwan.
So the scenario is composed or will start with the detection of unknown tracks through our early detection sensor. Sample is yung ating nasa likod na radar. Then the tracks will be reviewed and correlated through.
One drill stood out above the rest. On May 4th, 2026, Allied forces ran a major counter-landing live-fire exercise at La Paz Sandunes near Laoag City, on Luzon's northwest coast.
This area is very important because, as we all know, Palawan is facing the West Philippine Sea, and it's just across the Kalayaan Island Group, which of course we are defending as our exclusive economic zone and where we get our resources, food and energy resources. No? So it's really very important that we defend this territory of the Philippines.
This site sits less than 400 miles from the southern tip of Taiwan. The location was no accident. During the drill, target drones designed to look like Chinese ZBD-05 amphibious assault vehicles moved toward the beach. American, Filipino, Japanese, and Canadian troops worked as one team to stop them. About 700 U.S. soldiers and Marines, 250 Philippine troops, 60 Japanese members of the Amphibious Rapid Deployment Brigade, and 50 Canadians from the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry joined the operation. Then came the firepower. HIMARS rocket launchers, hidden in the sand dunes, fired long-range strikes at simulated enemy ships still far out at sea. Closer to the beach, troops used Stinger missiles, anti-tank weapons, mortars, and small arms. Drones flew overhead while unmanned surface vessels patrolled the water. The full attack was layered, networked, and coordinated in real time. The U.S. Army calls this new defense idea littoral deep battle. It was built using lessons from Ukraine's fight against Russia's much larger Black Sea fleet. The goal is simple: hit the enemy at long range first, wear them down before they reach shore. Then finish them off in the surf. Major General James Barthelemy, commander of the U.S. Army 25th Infantry Division, said the exercise showed the lethality of our combined joint force when empowered by a modern command and control network. Philippine Marine Corps Colonel Dennis Hernandez summed it up even more clearly. He said beach defense requires seamless integration across services and with allies. That one line captures the new Philippine strategy. Defending an archipelago is not just about boots on the ground. It is about connecting ships, planes, missiles, drones, intelligence systems, and allied forces into one fast-moving network. On May 5, 2026, the alliance went a step further. U.S. and Philippine forces conducted a live-fire Tomahawk cruise missile strike from the ground-based Typhon system. The missile was launched near Tacloban, in the central Philippines.
It traveled about 600 kilometers and hit a target at Fort Magsaysay in Nueva Ecija. This was not just a test. From northern Luzon, a Typhon launcher loaded with tomahawks can strike across the South China Sea. China has called the system a strategic offensive weapon and has demanded that Manila remove it. The Philippines has refused. Beijing did not stay quiet either. The People's Liberation Army carried out naval and air combat readiness patrols near the disputed Scarborough Shoal during Balikatan. China said the move was needed to protect its claims. The message from both sides was clear. Military pressure in the region is rising.
So from mere training, our exercise has transformed into rehearsals of the real-world operations. They sharpen decision-making, validate our doctrines, and test the capabilities we have developed through our modernization efforts.
While Balikatan focused on coastal defense, another exercise built the inside engine of the Philippine Army. Exercise Salaknib 2026 launched on April 6 at Fort Magsaysay. The word Salaknib means shield in the Ilocano language. The 2026 edition was the largest in history. More than 7,000 troops from the Philippines, the United States, Japan, and Australia took part. Japan and Australia joined as full participants for the first time. Philippine Army Vice Commander Major General Efren Morados said the exercise reflected a convergence of capabilities, experience, and results aimed at enhancing our collective defense readiness. One scene from Salaknib showed the future clearly. U.S. Army troops trained to sling-load M1301 infantry squad vehicles under CH-47 Chinook helicopters. This may sound like a routine drill, but in an island country, it changes everything. Roads can be cut, ports can be blocked, airfields can be hit, small islands can be cut off completely during a crisis. Heavy-lift helicopters like the Chinook allow troops and vehicles to skip those problems and rush into the fight. The M1301 infantry squad vehicle is built for speed. Once it lands, it can carry scouts, anti-tank teams, communications units, and rapid response patrols. Combined with the Chinook, it creates a small, mobile force that can move across islands in hours. This matters because modern war in the Indo-Pacific is moving toward distributed operations. Instead of stacking troops at a few big bases, militaries now plan to spread small units across many islands. In this kind of fight, mobility becomes survival. A force that can move quickly is harder to find, harder to isolate, harder to destroy. Something deeper is happening around these drills. 5 years ago, Balikatan and Salaknib were mostly Philippine-American events. Today, they look like rehearsals for a real regional defense plan. Japan's Amphibious Rapid Deployment Brigade is now training inside the Philippines for the first time in modern history. Colonel Tomino Sho, who commanded the Japanese unit during the counter-landing drill, told USNI News he was proud that Japanese and Filipino forces could train together with such precision.
We've also committed to maintaining a persistent naval presence of 3 Canadian ships in the region each year, representing more than 300 days at sea and 80 days in our partners' ports last year alone.
Australia and Canada are also stepping up. Canada is now the third largest contributor to Balikatan after signing a status of visiting forces agreement with the Philippines in 2025. France and New Zealand joined as well. Philippine Armed Forces Chief General Romeo Bronner Jr. described the meaning behind it all. He said the real value of these exercises is showcasing our resolve to work together to defend the Philippine archipelago and to uphold the rules-based international order. That is the message Manila wants the region to hear. All of this is happening for a reason. Tensions with China have grown sharper near Scarborough Shoal, Second Thomas Shoal, and across the West Philippine Sea. Encounters between Chinese and Philippine vessels have become more frequent. Pressure near Taiwan continues to rise, so the Philippines has shifted its plan. Instead of trying to match China ship for ship or plane for plane, the country is building a smarter strategy. It is focusing on mobility, coastal defense, layered firepower, and strong alliances. It is preparing for worst-case scenarios where hostile forces try to seize islands, cut off supply lines, or insert troops behind defensive zones. And these new skills also serve a peaceful purpose. The Philippines faces typhoons, floods, and earthquakes every year. The same airlift, mobility, and rapid response systems used to fight a war can also save lives in a disaster. That gives the Philippine military a dual-use capability rarely seen in the region. Still, the heart of this transformation is military. The Philippine Army openly says it is shifting from a force focused only on internal security to one capable of full multi-domain operations. That means working with the Navy, Air Force, Marines, cyber units, drone teams, and allied militaries as one connected system. Balikatan is no longer a symbolic exercise. Salaknib is no longer just a training event. Together, they look like the early shape of an integrated defense network across the first island chain. The exercises are larger, the technology is sharper, the political message is clearer. The Philippines wants future adversaries to understand one simple thing. Its islands will not be easy to attack, not easy to isolate, not easy to pressure. This does not mean conflict is inevitable, but it does mean the country is entering a new era of deterrence, readiness, and alliance coordination. And for the Philippine Army, the mission is changing fast. It is no longer training only for jungle fights or local insurgencies. It is preparing for airborne threats, amphibious assaults, dispersed warfare, and operations across one of the most complex maritime regions on Earth. This is the biggest shift in Philippine military thinking in a generation. And through Balikatan, Salaknib, and a growing circle of allies, the country is making one message very clear. If a crisis ever comes, the Philippines will not stand alone.
So we have the joint and combined forces among the armed forces of the Philippines, the United States Marine Corps, the United States Army, the Australian Defense Force, and the New Zealand Defense Force. Together with us also, although they did not participate, are Canada and France. So we have a lot of nations participating in this live fire exercise.
On the morning of April 28,
2026, on a stretch of beach at Naval Station Leovigildo Gantiochi in San Antonio, Zambales, a U.S. Marine Air Defense Integrated System fired a missile out toward the West Philippine Sea. Seconds later, it hit. The target was a Banshee drone flying at around 9,000 feet. American and Filipino soldiers watching from a concrete tower clapped. It was a clean kill. That single shot was the public face of something much bigger. It was part of Exercise Balikatan 41 2026, the largest joint military drill the Philippines has ever held. And it landed at the same moment. Fresh satellite images on the other side of the disputed water confirm something Manila should worry about even more. China is back to building islands. Not small ones. Possibly the largest one yet. This is a story of two coastlines and two arcs in motion. One is the arc of Allied air defense, fired live in a Filipino bay. The other is the arc of Chinese dredgers, pumping sand and rock onto a reef called Antelope. Together, they tell us where the West Philippine Sea is heading.
So we have the joint and combined forces among the armed forces of the Philippines, the United States Marine Corps, the United States Army, the Australian Defense Force, and the New Zealand Defense Force. Together with us also, although they did not participate, are Canada and France. So we have a lot of nations participating in this live fire exercise.
The exercise in Zambales is called the Integrated Air and Missile Defense Demonstration. It ran for 4 days. It was not a show. Real missiles, real targets, 3 different drone types, a small quadcopter, a mid-sized Outlaw, and the larger Banshee. 3 scenarios, 3 different shootdowns. The smaller drones were taken out by 30 and 50 caliber machine guns mounted on the Modest systems. The Banshee, which simulates a large unmanned aircraft, was killed by a Stinger missile. The U.S. Army's Avenger air defense system also engaged drone targets, firing Stingers toward the West Philippine Sea.
This time, if you noticed, we used unmanned systems very heavily. Unlike with the previous Balikatan exercises, this time we had drones, aerial drones, surface drones. They were used heavily in the exercise. We had counter-drone operations as well.
On the Filipino side, the Philippine Air Force fielded its Spider air defense system supplied by Israel. The whole engagement followed what the militaries call a sensor-to-shooter chain, radar detects, command analyzes, then the right weapon is sent against the right target.
Counter-landing live fire exercise is basically a coastal defense operation. So it's an integration of all the combined arms, utilizing land, air, and maritime weapons in order to coordinate the fires to a certain notional enemy coming in towards land.
Major Richmond John Kayabyab, the battery commander of the PAF Spider unit, was direct about why this matters. He said the drills were essential to sharpen interoperability between U.S. and Filipino forces in defending Philippine airspace. He also said the real value was in identifying gaps, what works, what doesn't, and what the Philippine military needs to fix when it gets back to base. That last point cuts deep. The Philippines does not yet have a serious counter-drone arsenal. Defense Secretary Gilberto Teodoro has openly admitted that systems like THAAD and Patriot, the kind needed to stop ballistic missiles and arms drones at scale, remain far out of reach for the country's budget. For now, Manila leans on the U.S. missile defense umbrella in the Indo Pacific. That dependency is a strategic fact, and Beijing knows it.
This year, over 17,000 personnel from the Philippines, the United States, and from our partner nations, Australia, Canada, France, Japan, New Zealand, and let me also add, the United Kingdom. We stand shoulder to shoulder in this exercise.
The Zambales shootdown was one slice of an exercise that has expanded sharply this year. Balikatan 41 2026 runs from April 20 to May 8. It pulls in more than 17,000 troops from 7 nations: the Philippines, the United States, Japan, Australia, Canada, France, and New Zealand. Another 17 countries are sending observers. About 10,000 of those troops are American. Japan alone is contributing around 1,400 personnel. For the first time, Japan's self-defense forces are not just watching but firing. They are scheduled to use a Type 88 ground to surface anti-ship cruise missile to sink a target ship off the coast of northern Luzon. That is a major step in Japan's slow but steady military normalization, and it sends its own signal to Beijing. The drill also features the U.S. Army's Typhon mid-range missile system, which has been positioned in the Philippines since 2024, and can fire Tomahawk cruise missiles. There is also a simulated firing of the BrahMos cruise missile, the supersonic anti-ship weapon Manila recently bought from India. A new wrinkle this year, maritime strike drills are being held for the first time on Itbayat, the northernmost island of the Philippines. Itbayat sits roughly 155 kilometers from Taiwan. The location is the message.
Generally, na-achieve natin ang lahat ng objectives ng ating exercise, and the most important thing is that we accomplish it safely and successfully.
Rear Admiral Roy Vincent Trinidad, the AFP spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea, has pushed back hard on Chinese complaints that the drills are provocative. He has called the exercises lawful, defensive, and the right of a sovereign state. He has dismissed Beijing's accusations as expected, describing them as part of a wider deceptive messaging campaign. He has insisted the AFP will not be deterred and is prepared for any eventuality. While the missiles were flying in Zambales, satellite imagery was telling a very different story farther west. Antelope Reef sits in the western crescent group of the Paracel Islands. Until recently, it was barely a feature. The Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, run out of CSIS in Washington, has described it in the past as little more than a sandbar with a couple of buildings on it. That has changed fast. Chinese dredgers began work in October 2025. By March 2026, satellite images from Planet Labs and Vantor showed the reef transformed. AMT1 estimates roughly 1,490 acres of land have already been reclaimed. That puts Antelope Reef close in size to Mischief Reef, which at about 1,504 acres has long held the title of China's biggest South China Sea outpost. The new landmass is large enough to host a 9,000-foot runway, long enough for fighter jets and bombers, along with radar arrays, missile facilities, and a deep lagoon capable of berthing naval vessels and possibly submarines. Over 50 structures, a helipad, and foundations for larger buildings have already been identified in the imagery. Harrison Pertot, Deputy Director of AMT1,
captured the significance bluntly. He told the Wall Street Journal that this is the first time in a long while that Beijing has reopened the option of building islands at extreme scale and extreme speed. The long pause in China's island construction campaign, which had run from roughly 2017, is over. The location matters as much as the size. Antelope Reef is roughly 162 nautical miles from China's Hainan Island and the major Sanya naval hub there. It is about 216 nautical miles from Vietnam's coast. That puts the reef closer to mainland China than China's Spratly Island bases. In a Taiwan contingency, that geography makes it strategically more useful to Beijing than the southern outposts. It is also a clear signal aimed at Hanoi, which has been racing to fortify its own holdings in the Spratlys. The timing is not random. The United States is at war in the Middle East. American forces are running a naval blockade against Iran, and the conflict has dragged carrier strike groups out of the Indo Pacific. The USS Abraham Lincoln has been redeployed to the Middle East. The USS George Washington is moving from its Yokosuka home port in Japan to join it. That could leave the USS Theodore Roosevelt as the only U.S. carrier in the Indo-Pacific theater. The signs of a thinning American posture in the South China Sea are already visible. According to data from the South China Sea Strategic Situation Probing Initiative, cited by the South China Morning Post, U.S. reconnaissance flights over the South China Sea dropped roughly 30% in February 2026. Just 72 flights, down from 102 in the December-January window. Chinese strategists noticed. Pertot was direct again. He has said Beijing saw that the Trump administration's focus was no longer on the South China Sea. China is consolidating while Washington is looking elsewhere. It fits a wider pattern. Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia forces operate in what analysts call the gray zone, civilian by appearance, military in effect. Better island infrastructure means longer deployments, more patrols, and more pressure on rival claimants without firing a shot. Vietnam is racing to keep up. A MT Wine data shows China has dredged about 18.8 square kilometers of coral reef since 2022. Vietnam has dredged about 13.4 square kilometers in the same period. The South China Sea is no longer a contest of legal claims. It is a contest of physical presence, and the law on its own is losing.
So the Chinese Communist Party would like to steer after second nationalism because of what happened last August 11.
The Philippines feels this most directly. In September 2025, China declared Scarborough Shoal, which sits inside the Philippines' internationally recognized exclusive economic zone, an island nature reserve. That label was not about ecology. It was a soft annexation, dressed in green. For the United States, the Philippines is becoming central to what defense planners call first island chain deterrence. The idea that a chain of allied territory from Japan through Taiwan to the Philippines can box in Chinese power projection in any future conflict. That is why Washington and Manila are pushing more missiles, more drones, and more advanced infrastructure into Luzon. Earlier this year, the two governments committed to expanded missile and drone deployments across the archipelago. American security assistance has helped the Philippine Navy build its first unmanned surface vessel unit, with Western Palawan as a likely staging hub. About $82 million in U.S. infrastructure upgrades are flowing into Filipino bases under the 2014 Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. The The strategic stakes are simple. About 1/3 of global maritime commerce passes through the South China Sea. Whoever can deny it can choke the world. So here is the picture, stripped down. On one side of the water, an allied force of 17,000 is rehearsing missile defense, anti-ship strikes, and combined air-land operations. Stinger missiles are knocking down Banshee drones at 9,000 feet. Japanese troops are firing live anti-ship missiles in foreign exercises for the first time. American Typhon launchers sit in northern Luzon. The signal to Beijing is unmistakable. Even with the US distracted in the Gulf, the alliance network in the Western Pacific is denser, broader, and more active than ever before. Seven flags now stand shoulder to shoulder under the Balikatan banner. 2 years ago, that number was 3. On the other side, China is using exactly that distraction to dredge a sandbar into a fortress. Antelope Reef may soon host fighter jets, missile batteries, and a deep water lagoon for warships. It will not change the legal status of any disputed waters. The 2016 International Tribunal already ruled against Beijing's expansive claims. But the law in this part of the ocean has long given way to who builds, who patrols, and who stays. For the Philippines, the lesson is harsh and clarifying. Allies help, but allies are stretched. The country must accelerate its own air defense modernization, push harder on archipelagic defense, and prepare for a longer competition than any single Balikatan can solve. The drone that fell in Zambales was a victory. The reef rising in the Paracels is the warning. The next shot in the West Philippine Sea, when it comes, may not be a missile. It may be a runway pour. In 1972, South Vietnamese artillery units were being destroyed, not because they lacked firepower, but because they couldn't move fast enough. Counter-battery radar would locate them. Enemy guns would silence them. The lesson was brutal and permanent. In modern warfare, a gun that can't relocate is a gun that won't survive. 50 years later, on a different archipelago, a different army just took that lesson seriously. On April 16, 2026, Philippine Army soldiers fired a weapon in a joint exercise for the very first time. Not a rifle, not a missile, a 155mm howitzer that can hit targets over 40 kilometers away and drive off before anyone can shoot back. The system is called Atmos. It's Israeli-made, built by Elbit Systems, and mounted on a high-mobility truck. The Philippines signed the contract in 2020, received early deliveries in 2022, and finally fired it in a live exercise this month during Exercise Salaknib 26. An annual bilateral training event with the United States Army at Fort Magsaysay in Nueva Ecija. Philippine crews from the Army Artillery Regiment trained and fired alongside American personnel from the 3rd Battalion, 7th Field Artillery Regiment, 25th Infantry Division. That detail, American forward observers, American fire direction elements, integrated with a Philippine artillery crew, matters more than the hardware itself. For
For decades, the Philippine military was built for one job: internal security, counterinsurgency, counterterrorism. Its artillery reflected that. Old, slow, designed for jungle fire support. That configuration no longer fits the threat. China has been running a sustained pressure campaign in the South China Sea. Water cannons against Philippine resupply missions. Laser designations against Philippine personnel. Systematic harassment at 2nd Thomas Shoal. Each incident calculated to be just below the threshold that would formally trigger the U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty. Manila's response has been to modernize. The Atmos isn't a counterinsurgency weapon. It's a long-range, mobile, survivable fires platform, the weapon profile of a military preparing for something more serious. That shift is the real headline. This didn't come from nowhere. In 2012, China seized Scarborough Shoal following a standoff with Philippine vessels. Washington brokered an informal withdrawal agreement. Both sides were supposed to pull back. Manila did. Beijing didn't. And Scarborough Shoal became Chinese-controlled territory without a single shot fired. That episode confirmed a Chinese playbook: incremental pressure, sustained below the threshold of open conflict, accumulates into permanent gains. The pattern continued through the 2010s and sharpened dramatically after 2022, more aggressive interdictions, more confrontations, more deliberate pressure on Philippine resupply operations. Each step pushed Manila further from accommodation and closer to the conclusion it has now reached. Diplomacy without capability is just asking politely. The Philippines is over 7,000 islands. That's simultaneously a defense asset and a logistics nightmare. Any military system that needs 30 minutes to set up in a fixed position is a system that can be targeted before it fires. The Atmos solves that problem. It arrives on a truck, in places in minutes, fires, and leaves. In an archipelagic environment where rapid repositioning is essential, that's not a convenience, it's a survival requirement. There's a second dimension. With a range exceeding 40 kilometers, Atmos batteries positioned on Luzon or Palawan can reach into contested maritime approaches. That's the beginning of a land-based maritime denial capability. Modest right now, but a foundation for something more serious as the modernization program continues. When Philippine crews integrated their fires with American targeting networks during Salaknib 26, they weren't just practicing procedures. They were rehearsing connection into a broader Allied fires architecture. One that, in a real contingency, links Philippine ground systems to American naval and aerial targeting. That integration is the strategic prize, not the howitzer, the network it connects to. The U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty has existed since 1951. For most of that time, it was structurally asymmetric. Manila needed Washington, Washington valued basing access, and the arrangement functioned more like patronage than partnership. That's changing. A Philippines that generates its own deterrent capacity, that fields capable systems, integrates with Allied targeting, and trains seriously, reduces the burden on American extended deterrence. In an environment where the United States is simultaneously managing Europe, the Taiwan Strait, and the Middle East, that matters. Allies who can carry weight are strategically valuable in a way that dependent clients are not. The regional picture reinforces this. Japan has approved counterstrike capabilities and a defense budget heading toward 2% of GDP. Australia is acquiring Tomahawk missiles and HIMARS.
Vietnam is quietly modernizing coastal defenses. The Philippines fits into a broader pattern, not a formal multilateral alliance, but a network of bilaterally connected states, each building indigenous capacity, each raising the cost of Chinese coercion across the first island chain. The larger strategic question of this decade is simple. Will the military balance across the first island chain remain credible enough that Beijing judges coercion too costly? For years, Chinese incrementalism exploited a gap between what American treaty commitments promised and what American political will could reliably deliver. That gap hasn't closed, but it's narrowing. American strategic focus has refocused toward the Indo-Pacific. Chinese behavior, the economic coercion, the gray zone operations, the wolf warrior posture, has pushed regional states toward harder alignments faster than any American diplomatic effort could have managed. The Atmos is one node in a distributed deterrence architecture Washington has been trying to build for a decade. Every allied capability milestone adds resilience. Every interoperability exercise adds credibility. The architecture isn't finished, but it's being built. The uncomfortable question is whether it's being built fast enough. If Beijing concludes the first island chain is consolidating against it, the incentive is to accelerate pressure before that consolidation matures. Not through open warfare, but through sharper gray zone operations targeting the weakest points in the chain. The Philippines remains one of those weak points. Air defense is limited. Naval capacity is modest. The Atmos fills one gap. Significant others remain. Second Thomas Shoal is the most likely flashpoint. The BRP Sierra Madre is deteriorating. Chinese interference with resupply missions is intensifying. At some point, the status quo there becomes untenable, and what happens in that moment will test every assumption in the current deterrence architecture. Whether treaty commitments hold in an ambiguous gray zone confrontation is not a question that press statements can answer. It's a question that gets answered in real time, under pressure, when the decision has actual consequences. On April 16, 2026, Philippine soldiers fired a howitzer in a training area in Nueva Ecija. The world didn't notice. But strategy doesn't announce itself. It accumulates in procurement decisions, in exercise schedules, in the slow institutional knowledge that builds when a military that spent decades looking inward finally begins to look